Welcome to this RELOCAL policy conference, and one very important thing first. Please keep your microphones muted. We are supposed to be in the middle of something forestry related work. Please keep your microphones muted. Okay, now we're welcome to this RELOCAL policy conference, empowering the local for enhancing cohesion and spatial justice in Europe. Is it possible to hold a conference on cohesion and territorial development policy without actually considering the localities and local experiences targeted by such policy? As researchers involved in the Horizon 2020 RELOCAL project during the 4.5 years now, we are convinced that local voices, they do matter and should also be heard. My name is Petri Kahila. I'm the research director of the University of Eastern Finland in the Karelian Institute. I have acted as a coordinator of the RELOCAL project during this 4.5 years lifetime. I'm delighted to welcome all participants and especially our guest speakers, Karl-Heinz Lamberts from the Parliament of German-speaking Community, Peter Takac from DG Regio, Territorial and Urban Development Policy Unit, and also Eleftherios Stavropoulos from the same unit, DG Regio, Territorial and Urban Development Policy, and also Gilles Houget from Euro-Alliance. Our aim with this conference is to share and also to discuss the results of this research project, RELOCAL. In particular, what have we achieved during the 33 in-depth case studies in Europe. Our main question for the day is, how can we produce a Europe that is both spatially and socially just? To do so, we strive during the conference to create a horizontal space for dialogue between those who analyze, us researchers, colleagues from the RELOCAL project, those who conceive, and also those who implement local development policies in different contexts, regardless of whether they depend directly on the European Union funds or not. Before we really kick the policy conference the start, some practical issues. We will use the same link throughout the whole conference. During the discussion, then please select show reactions in the meeting controls and then choose raise your hand to ask the floor for a comment. And also when you are commenting or having a question or something, please introduce yourself and have your camera on when you speak. You may also use the chat feature during the meeting. Simply then click the show conversation button. The chat box will appear on your right-hand side. Type your message in the chat box and click the send icon. We will have some video presentations also during the policy conference. If you have problems to hear them, please adjust the volume from your own computer. Now, first, we will have a short introduction to RELOCAL project. What have we been doing in the project by Professor James Scott, the scientific coordinator of the project. So, James, please. James, your microphone is muted. Otherwise, very well.
Can you hear me now? see. Just make sure my mic is on. Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me now? Should be. Okay, so sorry about that. I'm going to try to share my screen. You can hear me now?
Yes.
Very good. Good morning, everybody. James Scott here. As Petri mentioned, one of the UEF team members here coordinating the RELOCAL project. And what I want to do very briefly is just go through some of the main aspects of the project, rationales that define the RELOCAL project. As well, actually, it is a 4-year project that, thanks to COVID, has been extended for quite some time. But anyway, it's initially a 4-year project, including 13 partners, where UEF was the coordinator, and it was rather broad in its geographical coverage, involving 12 different countries. And it was a project that attempted to link questions of spatial justice to the policy debate regarding place-based development, because it was trying to develop this question of the tensions between territorial cohesion, which is of course a major policy aim of the European Union, and continuous patterns of inequality and marginalization within the European Union. So we were exploring tensions between territorial cohesion and inequality, and also looking at the role of autonomy, regional, local autonomy, decentralization as an important conditioning factor for a place-based approach. It was a very empirical. 33 case studies. So very intense gathering of data, analysis of data, focusing on specific actions targeting both spatial justice and the locally focused attempt to develop specific local contexts. And the overall aim is to contribute to effective solutions for a more cohesive European territory, as was basically the challenge that was written, that was defined in the call, the original call. So just briefly, what were the main research rationales? And our basic assumption, and I think this is the reason why we are here, is that we now know that, or now understand that the local level plays an important role in promoting spatial justice, well-being, cohesion in Europe, and one of the aims of the project were basically to identify and reposition the relevance of the local in as a major element in European cohesion policy. The general research questions that this project targeted were, well, there were many, and I have no time to enumerate all of them, but they were theoretical, conceptual, but also very much empirical and practical, because we, as this conference indicates, very much very interested in fact, it was part of our job to provide actionable knowledge, policy relevant information regarding these issues. How can spatial justice be conceptualized, operationalized, and adapted? How could analyze and understand processes of territorial inequalities in different localities, which has a lot to do with perceptions of inequalities? How does the local relate to cohesion in the overall European Union context? What are the factors and the filters in operation enhancing and or limiting relation between the local and cohesion? In terms of concrete initiatives or actions, and this is where the policy aspect comes in, what has worked, what has not worked, and why? What lessons can we then learn from taking our comparative case studies and synthesizing the overall information that we have gathered? And then finally, what kind of future scenarios of place-based approaches can be identified based on all of this? Of course, this is very brief, but I don't want to elaborate in too much detail what RELOCAL was about, because I think that will come out in much more in much more detail as part of this conference. And here I will unshare and give the word back to Petri, I think, at this point.
Yeah. Thank you very much, James, for this short introduction of the RELOCAL project. And now we move immediately to our first section, that is voices from the EU level and national policymakers of the main challenges of EU cohesion policy today and also for the post-2020 project and challenges. So first speaker, we have Karl-Heinz Lamberts from the Parliament of the German-speaking community. Welcome, Karl-Heinz, and the floor is yours.
Hello to everybody. And first of all, I want to apologize my not so perfect English, but I will do my best. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased to take part in your conference, which will discuss the role of the regions and cities in cohesion policy and spatial justice in Europe. I have been invited as president of the German-speaking community's parliament in Belgium, but allow me also to wear my hat as president of the IBR, the European Association of Border Regions, and especially also as former president and still member of the Bureau of the European Committee of the Regions, because this topic is at the heart of the work of these institutions, both based in Berlin and in Brussels. The German-speaking community is a small frontier region, a region with legislative powers, frontier region between Netherlands, Germany and Luxembourg. And there we have very much issues around the cohesion policy, especially on the field of trans-border cooperation. And it is the same with the European associations of border regions. Border regions are a little bit marginalized in their countries, but if you have a look on the European continent, then you will see that it's a continent with the greatest density of frontiers in the world. And the situation around the frontiers is very important. And I had very much discussions also with people from Finland, with this very special frontier to Russia. The European Committee of the Regions is the voice of the local and regional authorities in the European Union decision-making process. Its members are local and regional elected representatives with an electoral mandate in their country and who bring the expertise they have gained on the ground to European decision makers so that local concerns are taken into account. And on the other hand, the rule is also to communicate and debate European issues in their cities and regions, and jury shares are very important in this context. Ladies and gentlemen, structural funds for cohesion is of paramount importance for Europe's cities and regions, as they are the first actors and beneficiaries, but above all, it is one of the most concrete examples of European solidarity, making a decisive contribution to reducing disparities between and within regions, while supporting tangible and visible projects for the citizens, particularly the most vulnerable ones, such as supporting the unemployed, social inclusion, or improving local infrastructure. And it is a policy that works. For the new period, the budget will be 380 billion euros, almost 1/3 of the overall European budget. And at the level of the Committee of the Regions, we fought hard during years, especially during my time as president, we fought hard within the Cohesion Alliance to keep the same level of funding as in the previous period. It was not easy, but in the end of the day, we succeed relatively on a good way. The cohesion policy is EU's main investment policy. It accounts for 8.5% of public investment in the EU and 41% in the EU 13, or even more than 50% in 7 member states. It has significant impact on economic growth. In the EU as a whole, more than 1% of growth is expected to be generated by 2023, thanks to cohesion policy. This impact on growth is more pronounced in the net beneficiary countries of structural funds, but it is also positive in net contributing countries, partly due to the spillover effects on these countries and positive spillover effects on their internal market. So we are all winners. Within countries, it is generally in the less developed regions that this impact is greatest. Various reports produced by the EU Commission also tells us that cohesion policy has led to a reduction in regional economic disparities compared to 2008, as Eastern Europe regions converge towards the European average. This is a very great sign of European solidarity. All these figures demonstrate the success and effectiveness of cohesion policy, which makes a significant contribution to the economic, social, and territorial development of the Union as a whole, while working towards reducing disparities in line with the objectives enshrined in the treaties. In addition to the 380 billion euro that we managed to keep for cohesion in the new multi-annual financial framework, member states and Parliament have also agreed in 2020 on a temporary recovery instrument called the Next Generation EU that will help us to repair the immediate economic and social damage brought about by the coronavirus pandemic, with a budget of 750 billion euro, out of which the new recovery and resilience facility was 672 billion, and also the Just Transition Fund have been established and built on cohesion's legal basis. Of course, regions and cities are welcoming the fact that the EU has never invested so much funds for the objective of cohesion, but there is still some concerns regarding the way that they will be involved in the use of these funds. Indeed, the novelties in the overall EU investment strategy are quite centralized. The Just Transition Fund, with transition plans in the hands of national governments, the Recovery and Resilience Facility, the most powerful single investment tool ever developed by the EU, with national recovery plans drafted by national governments and very vague provisions requiring to consult local and regional authorities alongside social partners and other stakeholders. A result of this lack of involvement risk being overlapping and inconsistency among the different founding tools. In the core cohesion policy is regionalized, if the core cohesion policy is regionalized and the other funds are centralized without the due cooperation and coordination, we risk wasting money. So a great job have been done in order to secure adequate investment, but there is still a lot to do on governance and implementation, going beyond the regulations that are already approved and which do not ensure adequate coordination between the different levels of governance. We have already seen in some national plans, for example in Italy and France, for the Recovery and Resilience Facility, that are stealing key projects supported by the cohesion funds, increasing the risk of overlap and low absorption. Another important issue, and I take the opportunity that we have also representatives of the DG Regio with us today, is the unprecedented implementation challenges with those new tools that requires important interinstitutional cooperation, but also essential technical assistance and guidance for managing authorities. The European Commission will definitely have to strengthen its support programs, and we are also looking at offering some support at the level of the European Committee of the Regions. Finally, I would to highlight an important aspect of cohesion policy. It is a need for a better communication. For cohesion policy to remain a priority for policy makers, it is important that it is one of European citizens. However, only a minority of citizens seem to be genuinely informed of its benefits. In the framework of the Conference of the Future of Europe that will be launched, I hope, on the 9th of May, after so long discussions on its governance, it will be crucial to put forward the potential of cohesion policy to bring the citizens closer to the Union, to reduce this sense of disconnection, thanks to the visibility and tangible and local projects on which they have a strong focus on multi-level governance. Because we need a policy of solidarity in the EU, we need to send a clear message to citizens and fight the populism that flourished in the EU and beyond. This message that the EU has a vision to offer, a vision that goes against populism, a bit complex, but which will ultimately lead to an improvement of the EU for all of us. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Karl-Heinz Lambert. And I think in this situation, we take immediately Peter Takac now. And then if we have time, we might have some time also for a couple of comments or questions. So thank you very much. And now then Peter Takac. Peter, are you ready?
Yes, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. My name is Peter Takac from the Directorate General for Regional and Urban Policy of the European Commission. I have prepared a few slides and I would like to talk about a specific dimension, the territorial and local dimension of cohesion policy. I hope you can see my presentation. I'm not sure.
No, not at the moment.
Then
we could see it for a while, but
okay.
Yeah.
Let me try again. Okay.
If you are looking at the share button, it says.
Yes, I apologize. I think I have to upload it first in Teams, but now you are supposed to see it, hopefully.
Yes, now it's there.
Good. And you see it full screen, right?
Yes.
Okay,
correct.
very good. So hello everyone again. I would like to elaborate a little bit on the territorial and local dimension of the EU cohesion policy, which I believe is the closest to the topic of this conference today, which is particularly addressing the place-based approaches. First, I would like to recall a very important report that was published by the Commission very recently, which is the Commission report on the impact of demographic change. And I would like to reiterate the key points of this report because it has a very important message with regards to place-based development. More specifically, the report highlighted the differences between different regions and territories of the European Union that are experiencing rapid population change. And it also elaborates on what new opportunities and challenges it brings to both urban and rural areas. And what I particularly wanted to highlight here is that the report also concludes that there is no one-size-fits-all approach. And most importantly, the different demographic trends in different types of territories cause for different solutions. But what it also bears for these territories that with the Commission actions and proposals for cohesion policy and the European Green Deal, it can also help these territories to steer their recovery from the COVID crisis to a more sustainable and more stable equilibrium across the different territories. When it comes to the policy context of the urban dimension, which is very often referred to as the growing territories of Europe, but we also seen from the report on demographic change that also urban areas can face very serious difficulties and shrinking population, especially in the eastern side of the continent. So when it comes to integrated and bottom-up local initiatives in urban areas, in the Commission, we followed very closely the new Leipzig Charter, which is a ministerial memorandum of all EU member states on the principles and objectives of sustainable urban development. And it defines the common principles to achieve the vision of green, just and productive cities in Europe. And it defines the common principles for good urban governance, which is the integrated approach, participation and co-creation, multi-level governance, urban policy for the common goods, and most importantly, a place-based approach. With bottom-up local initiatives, cities can also benefit from cohesion policy, and they have a very important role to lead the way in innovation and green and digital transition. As I said, among the common principles, there is the place-based approach, and this is a common principle with the territorial agenda and other ministerial declaration signed by EU ministers, which underlines the need for place-based and integrated approaches in all policies and places of Europe. And it emphasizes the cooperation between different spatial territorial levels and also between urban and rural territories. Responding to the needs and challenges of rural areas, the Commission started developing a long-term rural vision, which is also emphasizing the place-based and bottom-up approach that is needed for territorial policies. And this long-term rural vision will be launched towards summer break this year. And it will also emphasize the role of rural areas in the green and innovative sustainable development. So these are the major policy initiatives that helped shaping the territorial and local dimension of cohesion policy 21-27, which very recently reached an agreement on the legislative framework by the co-legislators just a month ago. And it will entail a common provisions regulation, which defines the policy objectives for cohesion policy, key principles such as the partnership principle, and it also provides tools and requirements for integrated territorial development. The fund-specific regulation will use these tools and instruments to deliver their own specific objectives, and the ERDF will have specific emphasis on sustainable urban development and disadvantaged areas. But the ESF Plus will also contribute to integrated territorial development. And the last part of the legislative package is the Interreg regulation, which are covering the cooperation programs for cross-border, transnational, and interregional cooperation. And it also includes two very important territorial and local programs, the URBACT cooperation program for city cooperation and the ESPON program for providing territorial evidences for spatial planning and territorial cohesion. The next cohesion policy framework will include 5 policy objectives. The first policy objective is a more competitive and smarter Europe, driving the innovative and digital transition of our economy and society. The second is a greener Europe, which is very closely linked to the European Green Deal and includes many environmental and climate objectives. The third one is a more connected Europe, which relates to connectivity issues, mostly in terms of the TEN network and connectivity of transport infrastructure. The fourth is more social Europe, which specific objectives contribute to the European Pillar of Social Rights. And last but not least, the Europe closer to citizens, which is a new objective as such, because it's a territorial cross-cutting objective for sustainable and integrated development of all territories, and it has 2 specific objectives for integrated development of urban areas and integrated development of non-urban areas, including rural and disadvantaged areas. As I said, the cohesion policy maintains the horizontal principles, and most importantly here is the partnership and multi-level governance principle, which is applicable to all cohesion policy programs and all policy objectives. Even more, it's also applicable to the recovery and resilience facility, because it will also require the close involvement of regional and local stakeholders in the design of the recovery and resilience plans of the member states. So partnership and multi-level governance remains a key principle for cohesion policy. What the territorial and local dimension and the framework for integrated territorial development brings with this new dedicated policy objective 5 is that it tries to go even further than the partnership principle. It will not only involve the local territories, it tries to empower the local territories to design and implement their own development strategies. And for that, there will be minimum requirements set for integrated territorial approaches around the requirements for territorial strategies and for local empowerment and involving local actors in the decision-making and implementation of cohesion policy. For the ERDF, there will be a specific focus on sustainable urban development, where 8% of the ERDF budget for each country should be dedicated, but there will be also voluntary possibility to commit support to disadvantaged areas where it is relevant. The support to integrated approaches and integrated strategies will be done through the so-called territorial delivery mechanism. These are the instruments in the programs that can provide targeted and coordinated investment to territorial or local strategies. And we will have the two EU instruments that were already available in 14-20 period, the so-called integrated territorial investment and the community-led local development. But there is an additional flexibility for member states to use their own territorial tools that was designed in the national context, given they are fulfilling the same minimum requirement in strategic planning and local empowerment. Moreover, thanks to this dedicated policy objective, Europe Closer to Citizen, there will be also improved possibility for monitoring territorial strategies and monitoring integrated projects and stakeholders involved in the design and implementation of these local strategies. So, as I said, this new policy objective will entail two specific objectives, one in the urban context, focusing on sustainable urban development and focusing both on making cities, in particular in less developed regions, be able to fulfill their role in terms of economic development, but also in terms of providing spillovers and benefit for the wider functional territories and the rural areas surrounding cities. And also it will support urban areas in the green and digital transition to address the negative effects of concentration that is mainly affecting urban areas, traffic congestion, pollution, urban sprawl, lack of affordable housing and concentration of poverty, for example. The second specific objective will operate in the non-urban territorial context, and it aims to build up the potential of specific territories. So try to go beyond compensatory measures and help these territories to overcome the negative effects of low density and peripherality. As I said, the next legislative framework put forward minimum requirements, which are minimum because these are the must for integrated territorial development approaches, but it is also minimum because this will need to be complied with for all territorial instruments across Europe. But of course, given their specificities and the national context, additional requirements and specific features are often built in the design of these territorial instruments. But the minimum requirements includes the need for providing investment to territorial or local strategies. It requires a definition of the targeted area according to development needs and potentials and economic and social interlinkages. And it requires an integrated approach to respond to these diverse development needs and challenges. And in terms of governance, it requires that the relevant local or territorial bodies are involved in the project selection that help implementing their territorial or local strategies. And also it requires to apply the partnership principle, not only in the programs, but also at local level for the implementation and design of the territorial and local strategies. So it ensures that it's not only one interest group or one territorial authority that drives the development of the territory, but it involves the local stakeholders and the community of the area. As I said, there will be three categories of territorial tools. Two of which will remain as for 2020 period, and the other tool that is designed by member state and can be applied if they fulfill the minimum requirements. When it comes to the specific focus on urban development, it will require the same approaches, integrated territorial approaches for urban areas, and it will also require specific attention to green and digital transition and functional urban area, urban-rural linkages for these specific allocation within the ERDF. And it can be applied under any policy objectives, given that they are making use of the territorial instruments and fulfilling the minimum requirements. For the specific focus on disadvantaged areas, since they are very diverse and there are specific conditions under the given member states, also with regards to their supporting and support mechanism via national schemes, ERDF requires all affected member states to set out integrated approaches to disadvantaged areas, and it makes it possible to make commitment and dedicated funding, for example, through integrated territorial development tools to support targetedly these specific disadvantaged areas. And last but not least, just to reply to Mr. Lambert's plea for the Commission support in the uptake of these integrated territorial approaches. We followed very closely the setup and implementation of the 1420 integrated territorial strategies, and with the help of the Commission Joint Research Center, we managed to put almost all of them on a map and provide factual data for further analysis on all integrated territorial and local development strategies. And the first outcome of this enormous data gathering exercise besides our programs is that we have now a handbook of sustainable urban development strategies, which we aim to expand to non-urban territorial strategies as well. But we try to summarize the key lessons and recommendations for territorial and local development strategies that is drawn from 1420 experiences. And we are also very much looking forward to conferences like this and examples and researches that can show different place-based approaches working on the ground and contributing to our understanding of how to shape local and territorial development. So thank you very much again for inviting me here. And I hope you found some useful references to your future work with regards to future cohesion policy and how it can support integrated and place-based approaches. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Peter Takacs and Karl-Heinz Lamberts for your presentations. I think we have a little bit time now actually for questions or comments if there are. We are a little bit, we are 15 minutes behind our schedule, so or ahead actually, so sorry. So are there any comments now coming up from participants, please?
I actually have a question, if possible.
Sorry, yes.
Yes, so hello, my name is Maria Roglic. I'm from Croatia, and I actually worked on integrated territorial development of Croatian islands, and I'm currently doing a thesis on multi-stakeholder participation. And my question to our last speaker was, does this mean that in this programming period, 2021 to 2027, we can see the translation of the CLLD tool from the European Rural Development Program to the structural funds? And if yes, could he just elaborate a bit further on this? Thank you.
So is
should I answer it right away, or?
Yeah, you can answer, because we don't have any other questions. Seems to be comments queuing here. So
okay. So on the CLLD tool, thank you for the question. It is a very special tool because it entails a specific participatory method in addition to our so-called minimum requirements. And it is indeed part of the framework of integrated territorial development for 21-27. But it is not a new tool in this sense, because already in the 14-20 period, CLLD was created as a joint participatory tool for all the European structural and investment funds, including the Rural Development Fund. And from cohesion policy, we already have more than 500 CLLD strategies being supported in Europe. Around 2/3 of them are jointly financed by the Rural Development Fund, and they are operating in rural areas. And the ERDF is complementing the Rural Fund, for example, when it comes to urban-rural linkages, or when it comes to innovation and diversification of rural enterprises. What is a novelty with regards to the CLLD tool in the next programming period, that it is now a recognized tool for sustainable urban development, which was not there in the 14-20 period. So it encourages even more participatory approaches for urban development. And the second novelty is a so-called lead fund approach, where for multi-funded support to the local action groups and the local strategies, they can opt for selecting a lead fund. And then from that point, that lead fund will be handling all the practical matters of that local action groups, except for making payments. And it will act kind of a one-stop shop for local action groups. And this is what is maybe one important change, because the support to the CLLD in 14-20 were often perceived very burdensome and complicated compared to the magnitude of support to local action groups. It was not proportionate arrangements in terms of the requirements that entails of benefiting from ERDF, the social fund, or even the Rural Development Fund. So if it was a multi-funded support, then a local action group, a small local community, must have become an expert in all funding matters. And now it is enough to have one lead fund authority to provide all the support to the local action group, and they will handle the other linkages to the other funding authorities. So this is a matter of simplification. And personally, I really hope that we will see more CLLD or CLLD type of bottom-up approaches in cohesion policy for the 21-27 period.
Thank you.
Petri, your microphone is off.
Yes, sure. So Judith, please.
Yes. Hello, my name is Judith Keller. I'm a research fellow at the Center for Economic and Regional Studies in Budapest, one of the participants of the RELOCAL project. My question would be directed to Péter Takács. Can you please elaborate a little bit more on this monitoring process that the Commission is planning to do in the next programming period? I would be particularly interested in how the Commission envisions to drive compliance of the member states in implementing these policies. Thank you.
On the monitoring, when it comes to monitoring of integrated territorial development, there will be a need to monitoring two different aspects of the ERDF support. One aspect is indeed how the integrated approaches are operating, and for example, how the minimum requirements are being fulfilled in the given member states, and also how it is progressing. So when it comes to the quantitative monitoring, we will have some new common indicators available for the programs, for example, to monitor how many territorial local strategies have received support so far. So, for example, when a member state envisaged to support 30 local strategies through the CLLD, they can set even a target that by 23 they want to support all of them in their first project, or they want to support at least 1/3 of them by the end of 23. So that can help the quantitative side of monitoring. And on the quantitative side, what will be also important that these integrated approaches need to also report on the thematic outcomes of their strategies. So in the end, what is the tangible output and result of their integrated approaches? For that, they are free to use any of the thematic indicators that is available or design their own program-specific ones. But what is a key requirement for all measures is the result orientation and to monitor the outputs and the results of the projects that is supported through these territorial and local strategies. And last but not least, on the qualitative aspect, on the minimum requirements, it will be similar to the current, to the 14-20 period, where it's the managing authority who will need to supervise the territorial and local development strategies, and they need to see what guidances, what requirements are set for those territorial actors in drawing up their strategies, in updating their strategies. And what we are really recommending to all member states that they provide administrative capacity arrangement, strategic planning arrangement already now, and some of them already very advanced in this regard, because then it will also help accelerating the implementation of cohesion policy funding. So there will be a key role for the managing authority to ensure the proper application of the minimum requirements and also the capacity of the local actors to really take this role in the cohesion policy.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for these two questions or comments. And thank you once again for Karl-Heinz Lamberts and Peter Takacs for these starting presentations in order to kick off really this policy conference ongoing. And these presentations will surely pave the way towards a broader discussion during. I hope also that Peter and you, Karl-Heinz, you can stay and follow the discussion and stay with us until end of the policy conference. But now I'm looking already a little bit the timetable, and I'm taking the advantage to take a couple of minutes more, actually, because we have rather tight timetable. And now we will move to the voices from the RELOCAL researchers section that will be moderated by our RELOCAL colleague, Sabine Weck from ILS Germany. So, Sabine, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. You can hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. So,
okay.
Floor is yours. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, my name is Sabine Weck, Research Institute for Regional and Urban Development in Dortmund, Germany, and I will be your chair for the first part of this Voices from the RELOCAL Researchers session. We have 4 talks in our session. It will be 2 talks and then a short interactive element, question and answers, and then another 2 talks from researchers, again followed by question and answers. Listening to Peter Takacs, I would like to emphasize what he said. Policy making needs to zoom into the reality on the ground, and this is exactly what we've done over the last 4 years. We zoomed into the reality on the ground in 33 cases in 11 European countries, and we investigated actually how spatial justice or injustice is defined at the level of urban and rural communities in these 33 localities, and also whether place-based interventions that have become so famous with the Barker report actually really can tackle spatial injustice or promote spatial justice. And we are now focusing on place-based interventions from 2 different analytical angles. The first presentation by Judith Keller and by Tunde Virak will share light especially on the interplay between the domestic institutional arrangements and the local arrangements, and how these domestic arrangements influence the effectiveness of local place-based interventions. And then the second presentation will be by Thomas Borén and by Peter Schmidt from the Stockholm University, and they will shed light on how knowledge, actually different kinds of knowledges, can be mobilized and utilized in place-based actions towards networks of deep learning. So I would say let's get started with the video presentations, and please use the chat for any arising questions or comments to the presenters, or directly address any questions after the presentations. So who starts the first video presentation?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Judith Keller. I'm a research fellow at the Center for Economic and Regional Studies in Budapest. Today's presentation, I will discuss diverse effects of the place-based approach to achieve spatial justice in Europe. The research findings of our 4-year participation in the RELOCAL research project that were gathered together with my colleague Tunde Virak. The place-based approach has become a mainstream policy tool in European subnational development policies since the Barker report in 2009. It has been argued that what matters in place-based development is a sound institutional environment designed in a multi-scalar way, an enabling institutional context that provides local agents with transformative capacities for place leadership, and a distribution of authority and true subsidiarity. Our approach in the RELOCAL project was to investigate through case studies whether spatial justice, understood as the fair and equitable distribution of socially valued resources and opportunities to use them in space, whether these can be achieved through place-based strategies, and whether these can be achieved within as well as across places and time. Our objective in today's presentation is to show the interplay between local agency, place-specific institutional arrangements, and the domestic institutional environment in 3 place-based interventions based on RELOCAL case studies. Our aim is to answer questions as to what extent the domestic institutional environment can influence local institutional arrangements summoned for the delivery of spatial justice through place-based interventions. Our other question is as to what kind of capacities the domestic institutional environment offers for local communities to engage in policy design, strategy building, dialogue with the central state, to build local alliances at their own discretion, and the kind of institutional arrangements that evolve in the course of the actions. Our 3 case study localities are all marginalized urban neighborhoods. The first one is Rotterdam South, which is a former dock worker neighborhood at the edge of Rotterdam. There is a high concentration of economically vulnerable, socially and ethnically diverse families in the neighborhood. Services are available locally, generally offered by formal but also informal organizations. In the case of Győrtelep in Hungary, Győrtelep is a former minor colony on the periphery of a shrinking county seat of Pécs in the South Trans-Danubian region. There is a high ratio of substandard flats in the area, and the area is mainly inhabited by Roma families. Services are not available locally, but only in the city. In this case of our 3rd case study, Patarat is an informal settlement in the landfill area of the developed metropolitan city of Cluj-Napoca. This area is also mainly inhabited by Roma families who had been evicted from the city center. Housing conditions are rather poor in the area, and services, just like in the Hungarian case, are not available locally, only in the city. The 3 case study actions that tackled local problems. In the Dutch case was a national program, Rotterdam Zuid, which stems from a laboratory of urban rehabilitation programs that had taken place in the area for decades. NPRZ relied on cohesion policy instruments as well as local or domestic resources. In the Hungarian case, we also identified experience, a long tradition of experience in urban planning, but here it was mainly, almost exclusively, cohesion policy instruments that were available for local problem solving. The Patacluj project was based on a former UNDP intervention, and it was funded by an external agent. Cohesion policy instruments for Roma housing became available only after 2014. And in this particular case, the local government was an active agent in reproducing spatial marginality. The 3 cases were affected by the same structural trends that characterized European subnational development after the global crisis, but they were affected differently by these structural trends. One of these were the rescaling of the national state, which is characterized by the outsourcing of services to private actors, or the downloading of delivery to the local level, which both factors were accentuated as a result of the global crisis. There has also been a general withdrawal of the central state from social policy, reduced funding for education and healthcare. Across Europe, the local level experienced increased transfer dependency, but fiscal centralization in some countries was only temporary, while in other countries it had long-term effects characterized by over-regulated state capacities and reaffirmed central state power. There's also been variation across Europe in the governance of central-local relations, characterized by different levels of local autonomy. Our analytical dimensions in our investigation was two sets of analytical questions. The first one was how and what ways can the institutional environment provide capacities for local communities to engage in policy design, strategy and dialogue with upper tiers of government, and to build local alliances at their own discretion. The other set of analytical dimensions were regarded collaborative agency and local institutional arrangements, and try to focus on the way they can start, these two aspects can start and support joint action locally in order to reframe local issues, to connect different logics of different actors, to bring these diverse actors together around joint agendas, and to engage in a dialogue-based relationship with upper tiers of government. Our research findings indicated in the Dutch case a reciprocal relations between the central, state and local level, which practically meant that despite the decreasing inclination of the central state to coordinate urban actions, Dutch decentralization still retained principles of subsidiarity, which provided the local level with transformative capacities to shape objectives. The collaborative agency, which emerged as a result of locally as a result of these processes, had the capacity to build coalitions between different sectoral actors locally, but it also had the capacity to build coalitions vertically at upper governmental levels. The coalitions, the developmental coalitions that emerged were characterized by deliberative processes, and they couldn't be regarded as rather stable given the commitment of all participating actors to common objectives. In Hungary, in the case of Györtelep, we observed top-down and dependent relations between central and local level, which has been part of the national trend of increased and extensive centralization processes after 2000 or since 2010. In this general national trend, it is the national level that has the authority to define developmental objectives. As a result of this, the trend at the local level, we observed a transformation from collaborative to informal local agency that displayed hegemonic qualities. This transformation of collective agency, changing from synergic alliance between different kinds of actors to hegemonic relations, reflected trends in domestic policymaking, whereby one particular type of actor favored by the institutional environment, the domestic institutional environment, is provided by capacities locally to manage urban marginality. At the same time, NGOs were marginalized and the local government was left without resources. Since in the centralized system, the local level had no mandate to shape policy strategies, local institutional arrangements became dominated by informal solutions. In Patacluj, we could not identify relations between the central and local state level. The project itself to tackle the Patarat problem was externally induced by a development agency, a transnational actor, and the development objectives initiated by this transnational actor were not connected to national policies. Diverging objectives at the local level and unequal power relations between the local government of Cluj-Napoca, the small settlements around Cluj-Napoca and non-state actors resulted or led to a disintegration of local agency. And as a result of this, the coalition that emerged in this project was only a temporary solution. It was an ad hoc coalition and only existed until the end of the project. The lessons that we learned during our research is that the commitment of the state to provide an institutional environment which enables local actors with capacities for coalition building and to have a say in the definition of developmental goals is a key factor in the efficiency of place-based interventions. But commitment is a fragile concept, and place-based interventions are highly vulnerable to politics. The lack or the expiry of political will of state actors to provide an enabling institutional backbone and financial support for place-based projects can cause deformations in project objectives and uneven reshuffling in the distribution of power and responsibilities. The second lesson that we learned is that multi-annual planning for place-based policies is hard to achieve in institutional environments that, either for reasons of centralization or half-hearted decentralization, do not provide institutional or financial resources for the sustainability of place-based interventions. The third lesson that we propose concerns the limits of cohesion policy funded place-based initiatives in a multi-level regulatory framework of the EU. We propose that within the multi-level governance system of the EU, the effects of domestic institutional constellations can often be stronger than the catalyzing role of place-based development. Place-based interventions have weak capacities to affect domestic policy systems through spillovers and social learning, since features of state structures can often hijack place-based initiatives to deliver policy objectives of the national government. If the latter are based on the systematic reproduction of injustice, narrowly targeted place-based projects will remain just a drop in the sea, just to provide temporary oxygen tubes for marginalized communities. And here are the referenced RELOCAL resources, or the case studies that you can find on the website, the RELOCAL website. And I thank you for your attention now. I hope you enjoyed the rest of the discussion. Goodbye.
Okay, we now directly go to the second presentation. And please write any comments or questions to the chat.
First, we would like to thank everyone for the possibility to present here at this conference. My name is Thomas Borén, and me and Peter Schmidt, we are both at Stockholm University. We will present today the results of a large explorative and comparative study on the role of knowledge in place-based development across Europe. In the study, we identified what we call networks of deep learning. I will start the presentation. In 2009, the so-called Barca report was published. In the report, Barca argues for an approach to local development that is place-based. In short, this means that local development must rely on local resources and use them in a way that strengthens the region or locality in the overall economic system. One of the local resources is the knowledge in the place, what he refers to as local knowledge. Another part of the background for this paper is that there is a general consensus among scholars and local development actors alike on the value of including all relevant stakeholders, as well, including in that also the local population. This is so, not the least because it's important to get some kind of access to their knowledge. And this is also generally regarded as part of good governance. However, a recurrent problem is how to mobilize and include these actors and their knowledge in ways which are legitimate and transparent, sustainable in the long run, and importantly also that go beyond tokenism. Thus, if local knowledge is to be taken seriously, the problem is first how to mobilize it, and then how it may form a base for continuous learning in various development actions. For analytical reasons, we make a distinction also between two types of knowledge. The first is related to the knowledge that local populations have. It basically includes the knowledge they act upon in their everyday. This type of knowledge is primarily based on the lived experience of people in the place. This type of knowledge, furthermore, is different in different places. And in this study, we refer to this as local knowledge. The second type of knowledge we call place-based knowledge. Place-based knowledge is a knowledge of a place which stems from being professionally engaged within the local governance of the place. It therefore relates to the professional and institutional experiences of local governance practices, referring primarily to the knowledge of local practitioners or policymakers that operate in municipal administrations, in local development agencies, or in consultant companies. These two types of knowledge make it possible to differentiate between lived and professional experiences of a place. The distinction is important, since the two types of knowledge cover different aspects of knowing a place, and both are crucial for the successful implementation of development projects. So local development actions are often complex and require the active engagement of actors with different backgrounds, of different interests, professions, capacities and resources, but who all should nevertheless work towards the same goals. The actors are related to each other in networks, where they learn from each other. The knowledge required for local development actions therefore centers as much on creating common understandings and a fruitful working and learning relationship between the actors. Barca, moreover, also argued that knowledge is often not readily available, but, I quote, must be produced anew through a participatory and deliberative process involving all local and external actors, end quote. Rather than thinking of development actions in terms of single actors then, and of knowledge as something static which can be possessed, there is thus a need for a continuous process of knowledge creation in development actions through the interaction between the concerned actors. However, there is little understanding of the links in these networks where learning between actors actually takes place. And a particular problem is when, as often is the case, ideas are brought into the place from the outside. It is argued that the role of extra-local interaction is crucial for local development, and this is often realized by involving non-local actors and their expertise. Barca also strongly underlined the role of external actors in supplying ideas, models and programs, and to some extent also management. This obviously raises the question of whether the external experts, often with agendas of their own, if they have sufficient understandings of locally situated issues and the local tradition, and hence whether their ideas would fit into the various local contexts. Research in the field of policy mobilities, that is, how our policy ideas travel from one place to another, have argued that the place first needs to be institutionally prepared in order to be able to harbor and adapt policy ideas that originates from outside the place. Also in this, learning networks play a large role. A few words on methodology. The study builds upon exploring and comparing 21 case studies of development actions across Europe. Concretely, these are in-depth studies of the organization, knowledge flows, and impact of the actions. And these were carried out the last few years. They are all situated in Europe, of course, in 11 countries in northern, southern, eastern, and the western parts of the continent. For the analysis here, we explored these for variation and difference, especially regarding organization of the action, how it mobilizes knowledge, and the knowledge flows in, to, and from the respective action. We found a number of characterizing traits, and these results will now be presented in depth by Peter. So Peter, over to you.
Now we turn to the results of our comparative analysis of the 20 case studies. The first issue that we want to address is how and the extent to which local and place-based knowledge was mobilized and incorporated in the case studies. So the first element that we have distilled is identifying local knowledge and/or place-based knowledge. The case studies that we have analyzed include a number of different types of investigations in order to identify local and/or place-based knowledge, such as dialogues, interviews, and surveys, which had been further processed to become relevant knowledge for the actors leading the action in question. Examples include interactive community consultations, or to search actively in relevant neighborhoods to better incorporate specific social groups more strategically, such as young people or migrant women, as in the case of Stockholm. Another example is a quantitative survey on local inhabitants' perceptions of district management and the implementation of projects for urban regeneration, as in the case of a neighborhood in Bucharest. The second element that we distilled is inclusion and exclusion of local knowledge and/or place-based knowledge. Our comparative analysis of the 20 case studies also indicates that an effective way of mobilizing knowledge within an action is to include actors with local and/or place-based knowledge in key positions. This becomes most obvious in terms of what are known as EU co-financed leader actions, which are based on the idea of involving specifically local actors with insights into local affairs and challenges. All three cases that analyzed leader-like actions from the UK, Hungary, and Finland show clearly how the role of local knowledge is built into the design and delivery of strategies, decision-making, and resource allocation of each action. Conversely, the action in the homelessness project in Lewisham, a borough of London, for instance, was informed by place-based rather than by local knowledge, as local authority officers and ward-level council officers specifically influence the action. However, cases were also identified in which local knowledge was for the most part excluded. One example is the case in the northeast Groningen region in the Netherlands, where the action was mainly driven by non-local external actors. Although local actors and their knowledge were mobilized, the resulting information was not really used in the action. As a result, the Groningen case is characterized by strong local resistance to the leading actors driving the action. Also, several of the cases analyzed in Hungary and Romania illustrate how specifically Roma people were often underrepresented or intentionally not included in terms of contributing their local knowledge. So this aspect is shaping opportunities for interaction. In most of the cases analyzed, special efforts were made to bring actors in different positions into contact with each other, creating platforms for knowledge sharing and discussion strategies, as well as meetings of various kinds, whether one-off or systematically arranged over a longer period, were found to be a very common tool for mobilizing local knowledge across almost all case studies. Triggering learning loops is the other main category that we studied. Thinking in terms of learning loops indicates an interest in how knowledge is turned into practice. That means how knowledge circulates and how it is developed, adjusted, mutated, and consolidated among actors. Learning from other places is our first element. In some of the cases analyzed, it was clear from the beginning that the action should draw explicitly on experiences from other places, which had undertaken similar actions. For instance, the analyzed action based in Stockholm on promoting social sustainability was explicitly informed by a similar approach in Malmö some years ago. And the action RELOCAL, located in the Pas-de-Calais mining basin in the north of France, which is supposed to promote the social and ecological transformation of the formerly highly industrialized steel and coal area, built on a somewhat similar policy model to that developed by the International Building Exhibition Emscher Park in the German Ruhr region in the 1990s. Another way of triggering learning from other places involves organizing field trips. In the case of the Northumberland uplands in the northeast of England, funding was made available to send potential applicants for rural development projects on study visits to develop their ideas through contacts with lighthouse projects in other parts of the country, and even to engage in knowledge exchanges with various rural projects in other European countries. The role of conventional and digital media. Well, the media also plays an important role in learning processes, and obviously in involving the public in place-based development. In particular, the media may be crucial when the action is dependent on applications from the population, as in the case of participatory budget in the Polish city of Łódź. In other cases, such as in Lieksa town in Finland, an extensive digital media strategy was set up for developing a strategic plan to make decision-making processes more transparent and to allow residents to give feedback to municipal administration. External expertise. Often the involvement of external experts, for instance in the form of consultants or academics, is viewed critically in local development actions, since they do not necessarily have sufficient local knowledge or place-based knowledge when they begin the work they are contracted to undertake. On the other hand, the involvement of external experts can also infuse the action with legitimacy from outside, if their knowledge is considered impartial. This was the case in the action in the Maslomech village in Poland, where mutual trust and social relations were built up over years between the village association and archaeologists as external experts. As a consequence, the results of the archaeological excavations, which took place over a period of 25 years, could be turned into a key development asset for the village. The case of Roland in the north of France illustrates perfectly the argument made by Fabrizio Barca and others concerning the role of external elites in local development actions. These are actors that are external to an action and not only to the locality, who introduce fresh ideas from which local actors can benefit if they are receptive to them. Another example comes from Monistrol de Montserrat town, which is located in the province of Barcelona in Spain, where the whole action was coordinated by a so-called territorial coordination team that was led by an external consultant who was not caught up in local relations, which proved to be meaningful in this case. Conclusions and policy recommendations. First to be mentioned is that the cases studied indicate a number of local and regional variation in terms of how social knowledge relations were organized across Europe, and the extent to which knowledge was promoted to and from different actions. Our distinction between local knowledge and place-based knowledge sheds light on two types of knowledge related to a locality, namely the lived experiences of a place and the professional experience of it. This distinction is very helpful for identifying a number of key mechanisms used by different actors to mobilize knowledge or even trigger learning loops between actors and institutions which are otherwise overlooked. Therefore, we argue that being aware of this distinction and the various mechanisms that can be identified by it is important for understanding how the two types of knowledge can be captured, utilized, and expanded within the action under consideration. Secondly, we want to suggest the concept of networks of deep learning as a normative frame for leading actors in local development actions. Such networks of deep learning are supposed to consist of relations ultimately based on trust between individuals with different capacities and backgrounds. Establishing such social networks, which are mutually beneficial, is a collective effort, which requires opportunities, as we have discussed, as well as time and money. For this, leading actors need to acknowledge that such social and collectively formed networks of deep learning must be carefully established and maintained, but also that they require a degree of flexibility in terms of changing contexts and the participating members. Leading actors should be also aware of the contemporaneity of local knowledge and place-based knowledge that circulate within these networks, and that networks of deep learning need to be aligned with local traditions and understandings of what locally constitutes the public interest. Thirdly and finally, networks of deep learning necessitate that leading actors identify ways of mobilization, cross-fertilization, and the incorporation of local knowledge and place-based knowledge into learning loops. Therefore, we argue that in practice, leading actors should be aware of how networks of deep learning can be developed, how they eventually wither away, and what can and should be done to form, stabilize, and utilize them most effectively within a given local development action. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you. Thanks to the presenters. Would anyone like to comment on the presentations or pose questions to the presenters? Please raise your hands. Oh yes, there is one question. Elodie Bernia, probably mispronounced, sorry. Can you speak up, please? Oh, sorry, that was a mistake. Okay. Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Well, I would have a comment, maybe. If no, but then there's no questions.
Yes, please go ahead.
Well, as a researcher that is researching CLLD in Croatia, which is one of the newest member states, I found quite interesting in both the Finnish case study of Kotka and these last two presentations from Hungary and from Stockholm, that, for example, the issue of the networks of deep learning, for example, and the creation of deep learning, what we saw, for example, while researching the Croatian case, it's that there is not enough capacity for it to unfold on the local level. However, the leader networks on the national level, so the networks of local action groups, they facilitated this deep learning process. And in terms of the previous presentation, what they referred to as the issue of state hijack of the local development projects and local development policies, that is exactly the same thing that we saw in the Croatian case, where in relation to the presentation of our colleague from DG Regio, for example, we would see that in some cases you have CLLD actions that are hijacked by the state, or that are simply don't have any more funding. So you have, for example, local action groups operating in the territory, and as they are not in line with the mainstream political current, they lack financing on their place. The state institutes different local coordinators, or depending on the region and depending on the territory. But the practice is that they hijack the territory, they cut the financing, and they institute a coordinator that is in line with the mainstream government. So yeah, so that's just my input from Croatia. But anyhow, I find both presentations extremely interesting, because when we observe the leader implementation as a process, it seems that we have tendencies that, though there are different specificities for each country, and the main tendency, we can see that there is a main tendency that is the same for all the countries. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thanks to you, actually, for your comment and your confirmation of some of our results. So I would like to pass over to Judith and Tunde, whether they have something to add. But I also would like to come back to what Peter Takacs said about the monitoring of the local development actions, and he was saying that the monitoring in the new framework program will be about the outcomes of the local development actions, but it seemed to me that it's probably also wise, based on the insights from Judith and Tunde, to monitor better the relationship between the domestic, national, institutional framework and the local action, because there seems to be actually there is quite some evidence from different countries that this is crucial for the effectiveness of local place-based actions. But before handing over to the presenters, there is another question.
Yes, hi.
Yes.
My name is Victoria Kampf. I worked at the ILS, so I worked with Sabine actually on the RELOCAL project as well. And my question is, I think it ties in really well to what you just said. It's related to the external knowledge of external experts coming into the locality and helping out. And as Peter said in his presentation, that can actually be really fruitful. But I was wondering, how can we make sure, or how can localities and local actors make sure that these external actors are benefiting their cause, and how can we develop maybe some kind of monitoring or maybe some kind of criteria that are necessary to establish a relationship of trust, so that it's not just based on luck whether the external actors and the local actors work well together, and we can actually make sure that this is almost always the case, and then it's always beneficial and not just a case of luck. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for this question, Victoria.
Should I answer that? Should I answer directly?
Yes, I think there are no other questions, so yes, please. Thomas, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks all for listening and the questions. I think the main point is, when it comes to external experts, is that they have to be ready to listen to local knowledge. I mean, that is the fundament here in this research, that it matters, and so I guess that is the answer to, if you have access to a network of deep learning, which includes local actors with local knowledge, that is sort of a possibility to work together and to learn from each other and include the local knowledge in, so external IDs might fit, to adopt them to the local context in order to draw upon the resources that the local place have. So basically, I think one has to think in a way in the opposite term. How can local knowledge contribute to the development of the place? And for that, it has to be mobilized. And one way of doing it is in deep learning networks. Yeah, I hope that was some kind of answer.
Mm-hmm. Judith, would you like to respond to?
I would rather like to make a comment, if possible.
Yes.
Related to Peter's and Thomas's presentation, because that's what their point and their argument about the difference between local and place-based knowledge is something that we also found in our part of the RELOCAL projects. We did not really highlight it in our presentation because of the shortage of time, but we also found that, and this is all related to commitment, or we found that it was related to commitment of all, including stakeholders, namely that that even in policy dense countries like the Netherlands, for example, the commitment of the state, especially state actors, to involve those marginalized communities that are the target of these policies or these interventions is one of the most important elements of the efficiency of place-based interventions for spatial justice. In all our 3 case studies that we discussed today, we found what Peter also mentioned, that in Hungary, it is the Roma community's lived experiences which are generally missing from these place-based interventions. The same results we saw in the Romanian case, but also in the Netherlands, because the most marginalized communities in Rotterdam South cannot make their voices heard in place-based policies. The participation mechanisms that are created in these in the Rotterdam South intervention does not provide perhaps enough channels, informal channels for these social groups to provide inputs for the policy. So, yeah, that's all I wanted to say. That's a confirmation and pretty much the same results that we found from another perspective of our research. Thank you.
Thank you, Judith. I think we have time for another question. For you, Roland, Gilles, please go ahead.
Hi. Do you listen me correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
Good.
I would like to react about the external expert and give an example of how we managed to get the better of them. Two tips. We cross local expert and external expert. Every meeting we organize, we cross this point of view. And the second fact is to get them involved in long-term relationship with the territory. At first we had like 20 experts, but progressively we gather them once a year, and some get enters in a relationship with us, and that way we founded a core of 8 or 9 experts that we could really trust, and their advices, their analysis were each year and each time better and better, and get more benefits for us. And some of them disappeared and did not answer our invitation, and okay, that's it. And we did not invite them anymore. And we are actually reforming our expert circle, and we aim to make the bond between them and the territory even more strong, in creating relationship between little projects, little actors with the experts, so that when they come, they can actually talk from where they are, from their experts point of view, but also considering the experience they had locally in the project with the actors they met. So that are some tips that I can give from our experience.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Could I
yes,
comment?
Please.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks for the comment. It's totally in line with the results of our research. We didn't highlight that in this presentation, but when we think of networks of deep learning, they are long term. So they should be sustainable over time, over some, I mean, not just a half a year or so, but a longer time period. And the meaning with that is that it should go beyond just knowledge exchanges. It's not about meeting and exchanging knowledge. It's about building up trust, as you mentioned, but a continuous process of learning between actors who are differently positioned but get to know each other, and in that way could create that common understanding of the problem, and that all could contribute to its solutions. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think it's time actually to move on to the next two talks. And as I will be presenting myself, I will hand over the chair position to UEF again.
Okay, thank you. And the next will be then do fair processes lead to good outcomes? Assessment of the 22 local development actions across to Europe, and that will be presented by Sabine Weck.
Petri, are we jumping the gun here? Isn't it a scenario?
Are we? Oh, sorry. Yes.
Yes.
Indeed so. Yeah. Sabine, you run too early, too early actually, but it doesn't matter. So sorry. So next one, we have an innovative scenario tool access to spatial justice interventions presented by Simone Piras and Margaret Curry from the James Hutton University, Scotland.
Welcome to everyone. We will present an innovative scenario tool to assess spatial justice interventions. This tool was developed in the framework of RELOCAL by the James Hutton Institute and the University of Łódź. Why a novel methodological tool? The EU covers a large diversity of places and of place-based interventions addressing spatial justice therein, but we lack a systematic approach to assess the internal and external coherence of such interventions, especially in the context of rapidly changing contextual conditions. Our method allows to assess the current and long-term coherence of and sustainability of place-based interventions tackling spatial injustice, and to do so it combines two methodological approaches. Policy evaluation approaches like theory of change and mechanism mapping. The first one analyzes the internal logic of the intervention, and the second one its interaction with contextual conditions, and scenario planning, which considers longitudinal complexity, which is the change of conditions along time. This slide provides a general overview of our methodology, which consists of three phases. The first phase is about building a theory of change mechanism map, which, by means of graphical conventions, illustrates the internal logic and the contextual conditions of the intervention. The second phase is about formulating scenarios for the locality, which are illustrated by means of a so-called nexus state array. The third phase is about reviewing the mechanism map in the light of the changes foreseen in the scenarios to assess if the long-term goal is still valid and can be achieved. To demonstrate the value added of our methodology, we apply it to a RELOCAL case study. In this case study, we consider how place-based interventions carried out under strengthening communities have tackled spatial inequalities on UIs. Strengthening communities is one of the priority areas of the Scottish Development Agency Islands and Islands Enterprise. Lewis forms part of the Western Isles and networks of islands located off the west coast of Scotland. Local practitioners often note that without targeted action to address the ongoing population decline, the long-term resilience of the islands is under threat. Strengthening communities is designed to foster social and economic development in communities, particularly in island and islands enterprises self-defined fragile areas. We specifically focus on how the work under strengthening communities has facilitated community land buyouts in a bid to promote greater spatial justice on Lewis, and on islands and islands enterprises' ongoing support for communities in the aftermath of the buyouts. As a first phase, the mechanism map of the intervention is built using graphic conventions. A concise description of the long-term goal of the intervention must be entered at the top. This must be realistically achievable and thus below the accountability ceiling. Strengthening communities aims to achieve a broad equivalence of well-being for remote communities. Then, the name of the intervention must be added at the bottom. As a further step, one or more constituent actions must be added above this name. These are elementary blocks in which the intervention can be decomposed. Strengthening communities includes two actions: supporting group of residents constituted as community land trusts in the process of community land purchases, and legally assisting the trusts as they explore and develop opportunities for land-based economic activities. Then, intermediate outcomes must be specified in the middle. These represent stepping stones, achievements, between the initial intervention and the long-term goal. Overall, 9 outcomes were identified for strengthening communities. Then, the intermediate outcomes must be linked using arrows to form causal pathways. Ideally, each constituent action would generate a separate pathway. The two constituent actions of strengthening communities generate two causal pathways. One focused on distributional spatial justice, which should lead to additional economic activity and employment and thus demographic sustainability. And one focused on procedures, which is about developing local, community, and individual capacity to deal with administrative structures. Most causal pathways are conditional upon cause and effect relationships intrinsic to the place that we call baseline assumptions. These work as either drivers or inhibitors. The main baseline assumptions of strengthening communities are that the trusts can identify a revenue stream, which proved problematic for one, that enhanced well-being is associated with demographic sustainability, and that adequateness of local conditions is defined by stakeholders relatively to local constraints. Finally, by zooming out, we would find that the previous steps are conditional upon contextual conditions and drivers within the wider context. These represent the environment where the intervention is implemented. In Lewis, contextual conditions include the wealth of environmental assets, the strong relation with the local customer base as a replacement for agglomeration, demographic shrinking, cultural uniqueness, and continuity of the Scottish Government's inclusive growth approach. The second phase is about formulating scenarios for the locality. We start by identifying global macro trends, which are characterized as DPEST, an acronym borrowed from management science, which stands for demography, economy, policy and governance, environment, society, and technology. These macro trends are combined into 8 nexuses of change, which are illustrated by means of a nexus state array. The selection of the future states of these nexuses generates a scenario for the locality. This is the nexus state array before being filled by analysts. Analysts should select a relevance score for each nexus and a likelihood score for each of its states. The selection and the combination of the states of each nexus generates a scenario. In the case of Lewis, we select the most likely scenario, but analysts could choose to select the worst case scenario or the best case scenario. As a first step, analysts can identify a local nexus. In the case of Lewis, this is about the local identity and the Brexit context. Then, the first nexus is about changing distribution of economic activities. In the case of Scotland and Lewis, we expect place-based city-led growth to be the future. Then the second nexus is about changing central places and services thanks to new mobilities and digitalization. We expect unconstrained rural digital revival for Lewis. The third nexus is not really relevant for Lewis. It's about neighborhood diversity and segregation. This can be more relevant for interventions which are implemented in urban settings. The fourth nexus, demography, it is leading towards demographic depletion, as is quite certain. The fifth nexus, climate change implications and mitigation measures leads towards double climate change dividend thanks to milder climate. Then, in terms of equity, we expect a continuation of the progressive response to decline of the Scottish Government, and in terms of governance, a top-down citizens' rights approach. Finally, in terms of policy, we expect an expansionary but more structured policy making. The combination of the most likely states of each nexus generates the scenario, which is the most plausible scenario for Lewis. The final phase of our methodology consists of reviewing the baseline mechanism map by assessing how the changes in contextual conditions triggered by the scenario could impact on the logic of the intervention. If more than one scenario is generated, a new mechanism map must be created from each of them. The remapping exercise proceeds in reverse order compared to the elaboration of the map. First, the contextual conditions must be reviewed. All changes should be linked to one or more of the future states selected for the scenario. In the mechanism map for strengthening communities, the contextual conditions were revised and two were added. Economic opportunities from environmental assets will be limited by remoteness, competition with other areas, and reduction of rents due to the population. Highland and island support will decline due to centralization, limiting local autonomy of decision. Brexit will result in the loss of access to the EU structural investment funds. In turn, climate change can benefit farming through a longer growing season and create more opportunities for outdoor activities, at least until 2030. Based on the previous changes in contextual conditions, the baseline assumption underpinning the intervention, which is to hold in their current form, and must thus undergo a similar process of revision. Three baseline assumptions of strengthening communities, financial sustainability of the land trusts, existence of market opportunities, and population stability enhanced by economic growth are expected not to hold. Two new assumptions are required: that community land ownership enhances place attachment, and that there will be young households interested in land-based activities. The intermediate outcomes and the causal links between them must also be reconsidered in the light of the changes in the baseline assumptions.
Okay, thank you a lot.
Afterwards, the causal links are also reviewed to identify new causal pathways, as well as links expected to become more robust, thicker error, or affected by higher uncertainty, dashed errors. The new software mechanism activated by strengthening communities will be centered on a renewed sense of belonging rather than on economic growth. Retention of population will be driven by community land ownership and social capital through this renewed sense of belonging, while the pathway from asset control through new employment opportunity to demographic sustainability will become very uncertain. Finally, analysts must reflect whether the long-term goal will still be valid in its current form or must be reconsidered. The goal of strengthening communities needs to become less ambitious, ensuring survival of the community by leveraging on a locally defined sense of adequateness and autonomy, rather than achieving equivalence of well-being. What have we learned by applying the methodology? First of all, by integrating mechanism mapping and scenario planning, our method encourages a more structured design of policy interventions and the adoption of a more long-term view. By building on it, policy practitioners might address shortcomings in both the design and execution stages of place-based policy, for example, by refining ongoing interventions. The methodology allows to disentangle the complexity of place-based policy by considering spatial and temporal aspects jointly. It can be used to identify strengths and weaknesses of an intervention's logic through contrasting baseline assumptions and contextual conditions. It can also be used to analyze very different types of interventions addressing territorial disadvantage, neighborhood effects, or place disempowerment thanks to its flexibility. And it can be used to compare interventions across space and time thanks to its high level of abstraction. What have we learned about Lewis and other RELOCAL case studies by applying the methodology? The Lewis case study echoes the story of many remote areas that must compete with places benefiting from agglomeration, but in the framework of an economic model that favors the latter. Financial sustainability of the development trust is challenging, and also the strategies of territorial branding often used by rural areas will suffer from increasing competition. Thus, a new vision for rural areas targeted primarily at current or potential young residents is needed. The methodology was also applied to 32 more local case studies, finding that, for example, for territorial disadvantage, special justice objectives need to be decoupled from economic growth and efficiency, especially in the context of population decline. In disadvantaged neighborhoods in cities, improvement can cause relative injustice between beneficiaries and others, calling for higher level frameworks, for example, on property rights or housing schemes. In this empowered place, macrostructural deficiencies will prove resistant to local bottom-up initiatives, for example, cross-border inequalities driven by the tax differential within the EU. Overall, the RELOCAL scenarios highlighted three main findings. Some pessimism about local bottom-up initiatives effectively deriving special justice if the wider socioeconomic system perpetrates inequality through agglomeration. The need for vertical integration between administrative levels and horizontally between community structure when policies are designed, and the importance of longevity and succession for the sustainability of the interventions and their goal. Thank you for your attention. If you would like to learn more about the methodology or about the RELOCAL case studies, you can read the reports on the RELOCAL website.
Okay, thank you a lot. I'm sorry, Simone, I was about to interrupt you in the middle of your presentation. But let's proceed now to the last presentation on this section, and maybe after that we have some time for questions and comments from the audience as well, as it's already marked in the program. So the next presentation is two fair processes lead to good outcomes, assessing the 22 local development actions across Europe, and that will be presented by Sabine Weck and Peter Schmidt. So please.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this presentation by Peter Schmidt, Stockholm University, and myself, Sabine Weck, ILS Dortmund. During the next 15 minutes, we will be talking about evidence from the RELOCAL cases regarding our research question, do fair processes lead to good outcomes? Most scholars agree that an adequate concept of spatial justice would include both procedural and distributive components. The question is nevertheless, is justice in decision-making adequate to ensure justice in spatial outcomes? Now, the relationship between procedural justice and distributive justice is being highlighted as important in literature, but only addressed in rather abstract terms, though that the question remains how to plan in the pursuit of justice. Building upon case study reports and empirical evidence from the RELOCAL cases, we investigate how this relationship between procedural and distributive justice unfolds in practice. So our analysis sheds light on how and the extent to which procedural justice and distributive justice are coupled in practice in the RELOCAL cases. As you can see here, our analysis is based upon case study reports from our colleagues and ourselves on 22 local development actions that address spatial justice in rural localities as well as in urban localities, ranging from regions and municipalities to villages and neighborhood districts. So how do we explore this relationship in practice? For our comparative analysis, we defined criteria for assessing the justness of processes and of outcomes based upon literature, but also informed by our systematic reading of the case study reports. We defined 5 empirically informed categories of local governance practices, which are crucial for explaining procedural justice or injustice, such as forms of leadership or the forms of coordination and collaboration, or the transparency of the action as such for outsiders. Each case was assessed regarding its level of procedural justness and then assigned to one of the following groups. Just processes, the case showing fairly just processes, unjust processes, or the action marked by just as well as unjust processes. A similar procedure was then applied for distributive justice and assessing justness of the outcomes. We hypothesized distributive justice in terms of redistribution and recognition. We thus questioned the extent to which the action under consideration has achieved a redistribution of resources in a locality towards disadvantaged groups, for example, creating new infrastructure or improving education and qualification levels. And similarly, we assessed the extent to which we could find evidence for a recognition of diverse groups, for example, supporting capacity building and representation of so far less engaged community groups. Finally, and similar to the analysis for procedural justness, each case was assessed regarding its achieved outcomes and assigned to one of the following groups: showing just outcomes, fairly just outcomes, unjust outcomes, or just as well as unjust outcomes. We then set in context the analysis of outcomes with the results of the analysis of procedural justness, and this led to 5 groups: Group A to D, and a mixed group, as you can see on the slide. Group A and Group B would potentially correspond to the hypothesis that just processes lead to just outcomes, or likewise, that an unjust process leads to unjust outcomes. So we see just processes and just outcomes in Group A in 7 cases, and in Group B, 3 cases which are characterized by unjust processes and by unjust outcomes. In sum, nearly half of our cases, that is 10 out of 22, could be assigned to groups A and B, and thus indicate a potential direct coupling of procedural and distributive justice. Groups C and D each represent 3 cases in which one of the dimensions, either the distributive or the procedural one, was assessed as rather unjust, whereas the other dimension indicated fairly just results. These are interesting cases too, as they potentially contradict the hypothesis of just processes always leading to just outcomes. And finally, there is a group of 6 cases, which is called mixed. Thence each case shows both just as well as unjust tendencies regarding the processes and likewise regarding the outcomes. These cases are not considered further in our analysis, since it is difficult to distill clear conclusions with regard to our research aim explaining how the 2 dimensions of justice relate to each other. Now, this is a first interim and already quite interesting result. What we did then was to look case by case on how exactly procedural and distributive justness relate to each other in practice and whether there is a coupling of the 2 dimensions. And this is where I hand over to Peter.
Thanks a lot, Sabine. Well, in this table, we summarize some of our results by distinguishing the different groups A to D that Sabine has just presented. Regarding the issue whether we could identify incidences of coupling or decoupling within the analyzed cases. What we see here on the right-hand side is that only in 3 out of the 16 cases, namely here the cases Spain 1, Sweden 1, and Greece 2, this relationship between procedural and distributive justice was assessed as decoupled. Regarding these 3 cases, we were thus unable to clearly trace the relationship between processes and outcomes. However, in 13 out of the 16 cases that we have further analyzed, we could indeed identify incidences of coupling. Thus, we can largely confirm the often made assumption that some promoters and inhibitors of procedural and distributive justice or injustice are coupled. That means they are interrelated in practice. Overall, the findings also confirm another common assumption. Namely, in around half of the investigated cases that were here assigned to group A and B, on the left-hand side of the table, under incidences of coupling, we could identify clear empirical evidence that just processes lead to just outcomes, or conversely, that unjust processes lead to unjust outcomes. So a common observation for group A is that how actors' involvement is promoted and the transparency of the local development processes as such are of central importance for developing outcomes that are assessed as being just. Similarly, concerning Group B, we can say that specifically the non-inclusion of citizens that are concerned by the action and the local knowledge seem to be key, which is why the actions in question do not utilize their potential to contribute significantly to distributive justice. But, as the cases assigned to Group C show, just processes are not always adequate to ensure justice in outcomes, and conversely, outcomes might be positively evaluated, even if procedural justice components are lacking to some extent. Thus, for both cases assigned to Group C, we could observe that strong leadership, as in the case Hungary 1, or robust governance model, as in the case of Netherlands 2, made a difference in achieving outcomes that were assessed as fair, and as such compensated, at least to some extent, for other inhibitors of procedural justice, such as lack of transparency and the intelligibility of an action. Within Group D, in which cases were assigned that were positively assessed concerning procedural justice, but showed limited achieved outcomes, the inhibitors were of a rather structural nature. Since the persistent patterns of discrimination on the municipal level, here in the case of Hungary 2, for instance, could not be altered. Similarly, the local action UK1 lost its positive impact once the action was transplanted to other localities as part of a wider mainstreaming strategy. In other words, redressing injustice of distribution at the neighborhood level might divert attention from urgently needed wider structural reforms. From this comparative case study analysis, we can derive three main conclusions for our discussion here. Fair or just processes can indeed make a difference and successfully address locally perceived needs of fair outcomes. Some promoters for fair processes can even fade out some inhibitors and as such lead to fair outcomes. But if actions are not integrated into the wider institutional and policy framework, the justness of outcomes can be rather limited, although they're eventually based upon fair processes. Based on our analysis, we want to address three policy messages. Obviously, the context in which the actions are implemented in terms of mainstream policy, practices, and supra-local regulations are decisive. Or to put it differently, the influence of planning cultures and welfare state models can limit on hence the procedural quality and distributive outcomes of the actions. Thus, it seems to be expedient that local actions are embedded into supporting multi-level governance arrangements and thereby enable systematic learning processes from below in order to put the action on a resilient base. Secondly, we want to address that robust mechanisms need to be installed which enable knowledge and good practice transfer from bottom up to higher policy levels, and as such can provoke changes in the governance system and help to bridge prevailing routines and customs across levels. Otherwise, the local development actions may fail to develop their transformative potential in a systematic way, and thus may not contribute to distributive justice beyond the locality under consideration. In general, we want to point out that the coupling or decoupling of incidences between procedural and distributive justice need more policy attention instead of focusing on them separately. Well, this last message is certainly difficult to digest, since it does not only demand the coordination and integration of policy sectors and governance actors in general, horizontally and vertically, as it is often claimed. But, and this is key here, this message also suggests to think through how participation processes, how the recognition of problems and solutions, how the choice of instruments and policy design, and the intelligibility of the action, for instance, can be linked in a fruitful way instead of being dealt with separately by different groups of actors. Unfortunately, there's not one blueprint for this. Such a holistic approach needs to be developed on a case-by-case approach. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, I will take over briefly. Thanks to our speakers from Scotland, from Stockholm, and from Germany, from the giving us insights on, I think, what is quite important in terms of place-based development and spatial justice. That is the sustainability and also the long-term aspect of these projects. It's not about just going into a place and doing something and going out. It's about, we need a long-term commitment to development, and a process has to be set in motion that is sustainable. And for this reason, scenarios of understanding under what kind of conditions future development might or might not be possible, what could be expected to interfere, let's say, in the development prospects or potentials of a community, be it rural or urban, And then that tricky question of linking justice, both procedural and distributive justice, with the place-based approach, I think are central to our policy messages. So thanks to our speakers for having elaborated that. It's a lot of material to digest for sure, but I think it's a very important material to feed our debate on how to go forward with thinking in terms of place-based development, and also giving it some real substance. Okay, we have some minutes for discussion, questions, comments. Opening up the floor here to the audience. Is there anybody who wants to ask a question? I'm looking to see if anybody's raised their hand, or maybe is there any? It looks as if we have a very satisfied audience. I will just make one comment, which I thought was quite, in fact, it's the last one that Peter made about linking justice of both kinds to the place-based approach, because as we know, one of the major criticisms directed at the place-based approach is that oftentimes, and we've heard this word before, hijacked either by senior governments or by people in power, people with influence, well-to-do groups, more affluent groups, interest groups that are well organized, that can articulate their interests in a clear manner and are able to manipulate relationships in a community. And this is I think it's not intractable, but it's something that has to be also at the center of debate. How do you really make for an inclusive process of community building, let's say, in terms of of linking these various objectives together? What kind of mechanisms could be developed? What kind of practices could be developed? This is something that I think is in the top of should be at the top of our minds. But anyway, I think I will mention that briefly towards the end of the conference. I'm looking now to see if there's any, and apparently there are no questions, no comments. If our speakers have any kind of last comments they would like them to, or think anything they would like to add to the discussion, please go ahead. We have a few minutes. Or is everybody more or less done? Okay, in that case, Petri, yes.
And Thomas, maybe.
Okay, and Thomas.
Okay, shall I? Yeah, this is maybe it's coming from the Peter Takacs presentation, actually, where we heard about the ERDF and about the disadvantaged areas, especially. So basically, it's a question of the spatial justice and also about in the disadvantaged regions, and they suffer from severe demographic handicaps or depopulation as well. But also, like Peter Takacs in his presentation referred, permanent natural or demographic handicaps and depopulation. So when we are talking about already areas that are permanently suffering from these kind of demographic handicaps and depopulation, and then also Peter Takacs emphasized that the member states must set out an integrated approach to disadvantaged areas in their partnership agreements. I think this is quite important message towards the member states concerning when thinking about the spatial justice. Of course, there has been also during the last programming period, but now during, well, you can say already this programming period, if this message is given from the Commission to member states that the requirement is to have an integrated approach to disadvantaged areas in their partnership agreements. I think this is already a quite important message to the member states. So my question is, will be this done? Because as we know, the member states have again quite a lot of freedom how to formulate their partnership agreements.
Okay, so we and Thomas, you had we can combine these.
Yeah. Does it work now? Yeah, now it seems to work. Yeah. Yeah. No, I just wanted to say that it's a very important question that you brought up, James, with that it's difficult to get that engagement from parts of the local population in development projects, and that people often, or there's a tendency to react when it's too late. I mean, if we think of this as a process where you know, that starts long before you see any visible things in the ground. So one has to be, I'm losing my English here, but one has to be sort of very in advance of the process. There has to be some kind of pre-processes before the process or something like that, in order to at least give a better chance maybe for local community groups and others to organize and to become part of it. Otherwise, the problem is often that people's reactions come a bit too late in the process. Well, that was just it. It's an important question.
Indeed, I mean, I think the question would be, how can you design an implementation process where people can actually either see or anticipate first results, visible results, not the final results or not the big results, but at least some kind of indication that something is happening. That yes, this is worth doing. This is worth staying in, and you know, over the long haul and pursuing. And how do you make people who are participating have the sense that their benefits are there and they're tangible? So yeah, easier said than done, I imagine, but I think that's the gist of what's been kind of been said here. Okay, if there's no other comments, I guess we could break for lunch. Is that? I think so. I think according to our schedule, until it's not just the languages that message you, it's also the times, because we're 1 hour later in Finland. Lunch break is till 1:30 Central European time. Is that right? Yes.
That is correct.
So that means we can get back here at exactly 1:30, excuse me. 1:30 we will start again. So the lunch break is until 1:30 Central European time, 1 hour later up here. Petri, you have anything to add?
No, just a gentle reminder that the link for the afternoon session is exactly the same. So don't wait for extra link. Use the same link as for this morning session. And I hope you will have a nice lunch. We will have a little bit later lunch, and some our UK friends will have an earlier lunch. But anyway, whatever the time is, I hope you enjoy your lunch. See you in about an hour.
Or just stay tuned to the station, whatever.
Yes, exactly. Okay, hello and welcome back. I hope that you all had a nice lunch. For someone it was a little bit earlier. for someone just on time, and well, for us in Finland it was a little bit later lunch. But anyway, we all have had lunch now, and we are ready to continue to the last section of the policy conference. We will continue now with the second section of the voices of the localities. And this section will be moderated by our RELOCAL colleagues, Julian Tatarinov and Birte Nienaber from University of Luxembourg. So the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Petri. Hello. I hope you hear me okay. So welcome to this first afternoon session here from Luxembourg. And the RELOCAL team consists of me as research associate and Professor Nienaber as the project leader. And the researchers Cyril Blondel and Estelle Efra, they already left the project. So, but thank you very much for this interesting and fascinating insights so far. And this session is now dedicated to listening to local voices, meaning we deal with the voices of local initiatives. And here we are very happy to present two very interesting case studies as examples of the local initiatives that were the very key of the RELOCAL work in the last 4 years. So we will present two videos that were recorded some months ago from the RELOCAL researchers in Aberdeen, Margaret Curry and Annabel Pinker, researchers from James Hutton Institute, and the other video was done by Victoria Kamouf in Dortmund. They are also here in the panel. I already spotted them. So we are very happy to welcome our guests from Scotland and from Germany. So Neil McKinnon is development manager from Galson Trust on the Isle of Louis, and Christian Thomas, manager of the association Second Attempt, the platform for promotion and networking of youth and socioculture in Görlitz in East Germany. So you will see them both in the videos, and they kindly agreed to join us for a short discussion round after the showcasing of the films. I would like to collect questions you have already in the chat, and then we will follow this order to answer the question. And also for Christian, who is not so confident in speaking English right on the spot, we also prepared some questions. So I hope this will be okay for you. And maybe Matti or Petri, I don't know who is in charge to start one first video on the Scottish case study, please.
Okay. Hello, my name is Annie McKee. I'm a social researcher at the James Hutton Institute, and that's a partner in the RELOCAL project. I'd like to introduce this presentation of an exemplar case study from the RELOCAL project, which focuses on spatial justice across Europe. This is one of 3 case studies in the UK out of 33 case studies undertaken across the RELOCAL project. And this case study is based on the Isle of Lewis, and it considers the role of a place-based agency in facilitating processes of and overcoming challenges associated with spatial justice. And our speakers are Dr. Mags Curry, the lead researcher on the RELOCAL project from the James Hutton Institute, and Neil McKinnon, a research participant from Lewis. Neil is the development manager for the Galson Trust, and he will share his experience as well as the context of other community landowners. And following this presentation, we'll have a couple of follow-up questions about the issues and challenges that this case study illustrates regarding spatial justice and place-based approaches to tackling those challenges. And first, I'd like to hand over to Mags to introduce this case study.
Thanks very much. So I'm going to be talking about the Strengthening Communities programme, which was our case study from Lewis in Scotland. And here's a picture of Stornoway, which is the main town of Lewis. So the Isle of Lewis is in red on the map, and it comprises the upper part of a landmass that's shared with the Isle of Harris, and that forms part of the Western Isles, which is that kind of long string of islands on the west of Scotland there, and it's a group of islands off the west coast of Scotland. So we know that around 18,500 people live on Lewis, and of those, about 8,500 people live in the main town, which is Stornoway. And Lewis falls under the remit of the Western Isles Local Authority, and that also oversees the other islands on that chain I was talking about. And the dominant sources of employment on Lewis are the public sector, fish farming, tourism, construction, and community energy. But many islanders also leave the islands for periods of time to work, for example, in construction or working offshore in the oil industry. So Highlands and Islands Enterprise is the Scottish Government's quasi-autonomous development agency for the Highlands and Islands of Scotland. And it works to foster an integrated approach towards economic and social sustainability in the region. And it's got quite a place-specific mission, and its emphasis is on drawing and addressing economic and social issues in a kind of consolidated, joined-up fashion. And we thought that that made it an interesting case to follow with respect to thinking about place-based policy making, which was aiming to address spatial injustices or inequalities in Scotland. And specifically, we've been looking at the Strengthening Communities programme. It's one of HI's core priority areas. It's been running for about 20 years, and it aims to build capacity within communities, and mainly through offering development trusts and social enterprises grant and loan funding, as well as providing mentoring and business development, networking and strategic planning. And our case study focused on two key dimensions of strengthening communities: the longer term work to support communities seeking to buy land or purchase infrastructures such as school for local use, and also its account management programme. And that also offers financial and other assistance to community trusts, usually after a priority land buyout, and social enterprises to enable them to become self-sustaining. And our example with Neil, he's representing a community trust. And in the case study area, we specifically sought to look at how far community land ownership has enhanced or not the autonomy and empowerment of communities, and the role of the Strengthening Communities programme in fostering place-based processes of this sort of empowerment and enablement in communities and addressing spatial inequalities on Lewis. New models of local governments and their effects in community-based organisations, and the interactions of multiple institutions working towards social and economic development on Lewis. And very briefly, some of our key findings were that HI has been really instrumental in the process of facilitating community land buyouts on Lewis, and that these community land buyouts do facilitate place-based responses, but these opportunities are not always equitable across Lewis. Community land buyouts lead to greater autonomy, but this may not always equate to empowerment for all sectors of the community. And also that community land buyouts really represent only just the first step towards facilitating a place-based approach in the community. And over the years of its existence, HI has been found to be experiencing increasing centralisation and coordination in Inverness. And some of the trusts that we were speaking to reported less contact with a dedicated person. And we also find that often interviewees represented more than one thing. For example, they may have been in the community, they may have been part of a community trust, they may have been working for HI, they may have been part of the community planning partnership, for example. And so their interviews often represented kind of conflicted entanglements between these sort of multiple roles that they were representing. So that's the kind of key findings from our research.
Thanks, Mags. I'd like to hand over to Neil now to give us more detail about the Lewis case study.
Thank you, Annie. So they're going to just have a quick look at some of the lived experiences which we've had in Lewis So has been mentioned there that there's many different areas in the islands, and these all have maybe on the surface similar challenges, but the way they respond when there are situations arising are all very different. And within these areas, you can see challenges which are alike in terms of the age in the community, the population, inadequate housing, employment issues, the reliance on the more traditional businesses, and perhaps transport links as well. Each of these areas have a different mix of individuals within them. Each of these will have a mix themselves of their abilities and experiences and skills. The assets within each area and the opportunities will vary as well. We have in recent years had a major opportunity in kind of harnessing renewable energy, but that only lasted over a limited window, and that was about 8 years or so. So in that situation, there were landowners who were ready and kind of moved in that opportunity, but others who missed out. And in a small number of situations locally in Lewis, there have been communities who have been involved in a battle with a previous landowner, and they have missed out. The battle has been largely round about who has maybe the right in harnessing renewable energy opportunities. So moving on now to just look at where we are in the island. Galston is in the northwest area. You can see it outlined there in black on the map. We have around 1,800 people within this area. A large number of them will work in public agencies in Stornoway. There's a small number who work locally in small businesses, and another small number who will work in local organisations in the community. Like most areas in Lewis, Galston area has got a lot of interest in local land ownership, and there have been many situations in the past where we've seen families in many villages who've been left with very small areas of land and having to maybe survive in these small areas. There were many challenges around the wars that we had, and that has left many families in the past maybe very hard up economically. So there's always been this interest in land ownership. Moving on throughout the years, there was a move basically in the Highlands and Islands in the 1980s and 90s about owning your own land, and that really picked up in Lewis, and that's meant the communities in Lewis have been very interested in seeing how they can now purchase their own land. In the Galston area, this emerged as a vision, and there was an attempt at having a local buyout. There was a new community formed, which was then really the vehicle which went ahead with the purchase. This happened because there were individuals in the community who had the interest and the vision and the drive, but also had the important skills as well, for example, legal and financial skills. And that really made things happen. So having gone through the purchase, the Galston area was then left looking at how it can move ahead in the future. The landowner who was there previously had no asset base other than the land itself, and there were no employees. So really the community started from a very low base. There was lots of time and effort spent in creating assets, and early on it was very obvious that the main asset needed was one which would supply money every year, and that was really renewables. That was really the only opportunity then. So that's now up and running. The assets are built and now supplying a reasonable amount of money every year. That really makes a difference. When these assets were ready, it was very obvious that although there have been plans in the community in the past, they were now quite at a date basically, and we looked at doing a brand new plan and a strategy which looked ahead many more years, and that was done through various workshops and visits and kind of meetings in the community, and some priorities emerged out of that around important things that people felt should be looked at. That was really around the kind of well-being issues and care, supporting visitors, looking at land use, and making sure the community worked in a much more effective way. This new plan and this new vision we have has really changed relationships now in the public agencies, and there are many more challenges and many more complexities, but also new opportunities. A relationship with HAI over the years has now evolved, and whilst we work with them perhaps as much as we may have in the past. We do it in very different ways now. So that relationship is much less based now on receiving money from them, and it's more about how we can maybe work together better. So just really kind of wrapping up here now, what I would say now, looking back over the years, is that the support we've had from the likes of HIE and other public agencies has been really important in achieving what we have so far. The combination of local ownership and having an income source every year has been really transformational. So the communities that have the vision and drive and the key skills have, on the whole, exploited the opportunities better than other areas. These other communities have found it much harder in maybe even securing their land, first of all, and they're really still, I would say, kind of largely dependent, on public monies. We've seen the likes of HIE and other public agencies having fewer and fewer resources in recent years, and they've kind of withdrawn a lot of things that maybe they were doing in the past. So community landowners are now looking at working alongside each other more, ways where they can support each other in improving sustainability and kind of using their own resources in a different way. The relationship with these agencies is becoming a bit more challenging now in some ways too. There are opportunities for partnering work, but these perhaps are not in the ways that maybe community expect them. And there are things they can look at maybe taking on the supply of local services, but that really depends on the range of skills that each area has. So we can see, I would say in conclusion, as really the confidence in public agencies maybe slips away now, there is more and more demand on the local leadership and communities in kind of looking ahead and having a vision and drive and finding new ways of doing things under different models. And that's where we are just now, I would say, much more now in a transition period where really the communities are having to rely much more on themselves than maybe in the past, and finding ways of seizing opportunities and making sure they can maybe share resources and work together better. So I'll hand back now to Annie.
Thanks very much, Neil. That was really fascinating. Scotland is quite unique, I think, in Europe regarding its community land movement and the support available for communities in places to be able to acquire land. But you touched on the issues of sustainability, and I wonder if there are other opportunities beyond renewable energy that you foresee for community landowners, such as in Lewis.
I think there's many opportunities, and there's many of these which perhaps we're just working on at the moment, kind of initially. We've perhaps moved away from now the opportunities in renewables in the past, where you were earning money and you were kind of supplying energy in the local grid, to now thinking about what we can do in our communities about helping people who have problems with maybe the way they kind of use the resources in their own home, in energy, for example, and looking at ways where we can use energy in communities in different ways, in maybe reducing carbon footprints and so forth. We're looking at transport, we're looking at kind of household heating, we're looking maybe now at storage, at using hydrogen in the future. So there's all these new opportunities which are arriving in different ways, and communities are having to gear themselves up to get the kind of skills and knowledge required and identify the models that would work best in their situations.
Thanks, Neil. And Mags, I wonder if you can reflect on how this case study informs the RELOCAL project more generally. What do you see as the takeaway message from the Lewis case study?
So I think one of the key things has been really the really important role of HIE and facility as a kind of as an independent facilitator to allowing that process to happen. And it's thinking about spatial justice as almost in terms of equity in a way rather than equality, I think. Trying to let each place reach its full potential. I think that's been the key thing. I think that independent facilitators allowed that to happen, and I think it was fairly obvious that it's been critical in this case.
That's great. Thank you very much, both. I wonder if there are any other thoughts or questions in the last minute. But otherwise, it's been really interesting to hear a bit more about this case study, and hopefully it's a useful contribution to the RELOCAL project. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matti, for presenting the video and also for the video presenters. So I propose to continue directly with the second video. So it's a case study on Raprika. It's the film in German, but Victoria Camus, who did the video, she provided us with subtitles. So I hope everybody will be able to follow this interesting project presentation. So Matti, will you be so kind again?
Hallo, mein Name ist Victoria Kampf. Ich bin wissenschaftliche Mitarbeiterin am Institut für Landes- und Stadtentwicklungsforschung in Dortmund. Und heute stelle ich euch eine unserer Fallstudien aus dem EU-Forschungsprojekt RELOCAL vor. Rentnerparadies, Nix-Los-Stimmung, schlechte Zuganbindung und Rechtspopulismus. All dies sind Begriffe, die man häufig hört, wenn man über die Stadt Görlitz im Osten Sachsens redet. Mit diesen Begriffen im Kopf fuhren auch wir, ein dreiköpfiges Team aus WissenschaftlerInnen, vor 2 Jahren von Dortmund aus in die kleine Stadt an der Grenze zu Polen. Wir waren auf der Suche nach Initiativen, die sich für mehr Lebensqualität und gerechtere Lebensverhältnisse in ihrer Region einsetzen. Und wir wurden fündig. Sehr schnell stießen wir auf die Raprika, eine bunte Plattform aus einer Vielzahl von Projekten, von Musikfestivals über Urban Gardening hin zu politischer Bildung und Stadtteilarbeit. Das sogenannte Zentrum für Jugend- und Soziokultur befindet sich auf einem ehemaligen Industrieareal am Rande der Innenstadt von Görlitz. Und zusammen mit anderen Initiativen und Projekten in der Stadt bildet es eine vielfältige soziokulturelle Szene, die stetig weiter wächst. Dieses Projekt weckte sofort unser Interesse und wir machten es zu unserer Fallstudie im EU-Forschungsprojekt RELOCAL. Wir fragten uns, kann eine solche Initiative in einer strukturschwachen Stadt wie Görlitz Veränderungen bewirken? Gegründet wurde die Raprika 2013 von einer Gruppe junger Menschen, die der Jugend in Görlitz eine Stimme und einen Ort geben wollten. Damit reagierten sie auf sozialräumliche Ungerechtigkeiten, die sie in der Stadt wahrnahmen. Die Themen der Jugendlichen wurden von der lokalen Politik fast nicht beachtet und es gab nur wenig offene Räume, wo man sich treffen konnte. Durch die Bündelung verschiedener Gruppen und Projekte in der Raprika schafften es die Jugendlichen, mehr Aufmerksamkeit für ihre Themen zu erreichen. Zudem forderten sie aktiv Beteiligung und Anerkennung von den lokalen Entscheidungsträgern ein. Das verlief natürlich nicht immer konfliktfrei. Aber inzwischen hat die Stadtpolitik erkannt, dass sie die jungen Menschen nicht weiter ignorieren darf. Gerade weil in den letzten Jahrzehnten so viele von ihnen aus Görlitz weggezogen sind. Und durch die Beteiligung an Entscheidungsprozessen kann die Raprika auch auf die Verteilung von Ressourcen in der Stadt einwirken. So konnten sich die Jugendlichen ein ehemaliges Industriegebäude aneignen und nutzen die Förderung von Stadt, Land, Bund und EU, um eine Vielzahl an Angeboten zu schaffen, für junge Menschen, aber auch generationenübergreifend, die es so vorher in Görlitz nicht gab. Görlitz, das ist also auch all das. Jung, bunt, kreativ, innovativ und gemeinschaftlich. Die Raprika, das zeigt unsere Studie, verändert die Bilder, die Menschen von einem Ort haben. Sowohl bei uns, außenstehenden BeobachterInnen, als auch bei der Bevölkerung vor Ort selbst. Sie schafft Lebensqualität und führt ganz konkret dazu, dass manche Menschen in Görlitz bleiben, die sonst vielleicht längst schon weggezogen wären. Zudem bildet die Raprika, ohne sich dabei parteipolitischer Positionen anzunehmen, gemeinsam mit anderen Initiativen einen wichtigen Gegenpol zum weiter wachsenden Rechtspopulismus in der Region. Wie schafft diese Initiative das alles? Das erzählen uns die Akteure am besten selbst.
Hallo, mein Name ist Christian. Ich bin der Geschäftsführer des Second Attempt e.V., einer Plattform zur Förderung und Vernetzung von Jugend- und Soziokultur, den es jetzt seit 2003 schon gibt. Und bin seit 2013 Mitglied im Verein, bin dann zum Vorstand gewählt worden, auch zum Vorsitzenden, bis jetzt zur Geschäftsführung und war in diversen Projekten tätig, bis jetzt halt auch maßgeblich beteiligt an dem Aufbau des Zentrums für Jugend- und Soziokultur Raprika.
Genau, und ich bin Otto, bin seit 2016 im Verein mit aktiv, habe hier mal meinen Bundesfreiwilligendienst abgeleistet und bin seitdem der Stadt sowie auch dem Verein treu geblieben und habe viele Projekte mitgemacht, viel im Bereich der Jugendbeteiligung und mache weiterhin hier irgendwie meinen kleinen Job.
Ja, ja, die Raprika, die ist so 2011, 12 entstanden durch den Aufbruch der Görlitzer Jugend. Das war so eine kleine Jugendbewegung, die damals festgestellt hat, dass die Politik, Stadträte und Stadtverwaltung sehr wenig für Jugendliche eigentlich machen. Und deswegen ist die Forderung entstanden, eigentlich ein Jugendzentrum entstehen zu lassen in dieser Stadt. Also es war einerseits auch eine politische Forderung gegenüber der Stadtverwaltung, aber hatte auch viel damit zu tun, dass die Jugendliche damals fast so gut wie gar nicht eigentlich beteiligt wurden in irgendwelchen politischen Prozessen. Und aus diesem Prozess 2012 dann durch die Stadtratsbesetzung auch ist einerseits halt dann diese Institution entstanden oder die Raprika, auf der anderen Seite auch ein sehr aktives Netzwerk aus verschiedenen Vereinen und Initiativen und auch das A-Team, in dem auch Otto beteiligt war, sozusagen das Sprachrohr zwischen Stadtverwaltung, Stadtpolitik und den Jugendlichen an sich, sodass die Situation, dass ein anderes Bedürfnis bei Jugendlichen als jetzt bei der Stadtpolitik entsteht, nicht nochmal entsteht, sondern dass auch da immer wieder ein Austausch, dass das Jugendliche und die Stadträte auch immer in Austausch bleiben.
Genau, und uns ist es im Endeffekt eigentlich wichtig, dass die Leute, die irgendwie in Görlitz wohnen, sich hier ausleben können, sich beteiligen können, die Stadt mitgestalten können. Und darum geht es uns eigentlich auch, dass wir probieren, so viele Leute wie möglich irgendwie an der Stadt teilhaben zu lassen.
Ja, ich glaube, das hat auch dazu geführt, dass wir beide auch noch in der Stadt sind, weil wir beide kommen eigentlich nicht aus Görlitz, sondern sind zugezogen. Und durch diese Möglichkeit, unsere eigenen Ideen umzusetzen hier in dieser Plattform und auch uns auch mit einzubringen in diese Stadtgestaltung, hat so ein schönes Gefühl der Selbstwirksamkeit in uns entfacht, dass wir immer wieder Lust bekommen haben oder die Lust aufrechterhalten wurde, halt in dieser Stadt auch zu bleiben. Als wir dann 2014, 15 die Raprika konzipiert haben, war uns der Plattformgedanke ganz wichtig. Wir wollten halt nicht nur alleine Leerstand bespielen, wie halt ehemals in der Hefefabrik hier, sondern wir wollten halt daran auch andere Leute beteiligen. Und wir haben dann schnell festgestellt, was eigentlich notwendig ist dafür. Also erstmal vielleicht profane Sachen wie, es braucht natürlich Raum, es braucht auch eine finanzielle Unterstützung, es braucht Lagerfläche, es braucht Werkstätten, es braucht aber auch Personen, die das Wissen tragen, wie man Projekte organisiert und umsetzt. Und man braucht natürlich auch Zugang zu solchen Netzwerken, aber auch zu EntscheidungsträgerInnen wie in der Stadtpolitik oder bei den Stadträten.
Genau, und essentiell dafür ist natürlich auch, dass man mit den ganzen Partnern, die wir über die Jahre aufgebaut haben, eine gute, offene und zielgerichtete und vor allem auch transparente Kommunikation aufbaut. Also wir probieren so gut wie möglich immer unsere Arbeit hier zu erklären, unsere Gedanken zu erklären und auch die ganzen Personen, die an dem Projekt mit beteiligt sind, zu erklären, was da die Vorhaben sind und aus welchen Beweggründen und welche Zukunftsfragen das vielleicht auch beantworten kann.
Ja, und zumal ja auch diese Plattform sich weiterentwickelt hat und viele Leute, die am Anfang dabei waren, 2012, gar nicht mehr die Geschichte kennen und jetzt neu einsteigen. Und das ist auch wichtig, den Menschen zu erklären, woher eigentlich diese Plattform oder woraus diese Plattform entstanden ist und warum wir uns genau so organisieren, wie wir uns organisieren. Das heißt, wir müssen auch immer wieder auch das Wissen halt weitergeben, damit da gerade keine Hierarchien entstehen und die Beteiligungsmöglichkeit also die Hürden dazu so gering wie möglich sind. Und ein weiterer Fakt ist, dass wir ja in der Hefefabrik auch Leerstand gespielt haben, in einer alten Industriehalle. Denn bis wir halt von der Stadt auch baulich so unterstützt wurden, sind jetzt fast 10 Jahre vergangen. Es ist ein sehr langer Zeitraum, vor allem für junge Menschen. Und deswegen waren wir eigentlich glücklich, dass wir mit dem Privateigentümer in der Hefefabrik die Möglichkeit bekommen haben, uns da zu verwirklichen. Aber das hatte auch so seine Herausforderungen mit sich gebracht.
Und es ist vor allem wichtig, dass diese Fläche, die wir sozusagen bekommen haben, glücklicherweise, auch langfristig irgendwie Bestand hat. Also wir haben, seit wir 2014, 15 auf das Gelände der alten Hefefabrik gezogen sind, haben wir ganz viel gebaut. Wir haben eine Werkstatt, die jetzt umgezogen ist, in der wir auch gerade sind. Wir haben über verschiedene Trägerprojekte oder Impulsprojekte haben wir einen Tonstudio mit aufgebaut. Es ist ein großer Garten entstanden, wo der Stadtteil irgendwie sich daran beteiligen kann, dort Sachen anpflanzen kann, Sachen auch ernten kann. Und dafür brauchst du einfach diese feststehende Fläche. Weil wenn man ein halbes Jahr viel Kraft reinsteckt, den riesigen Berg von Erde ordentlich umzubuddeln und der danach nicht mehr da ist, dann braucht man da auch gar nicht erst anfangen. Natürlich ist das auch mit finanziellen Mitteln so. Wenn die Struktur, die wir mittlerweile aufgebaut haben, wegbricht, sind, glaube ich, ganz viele Personen, die sich hier ehrenamtlich engagieren, einfach raus und denen fehlt diese Struktur und auch dieser niedrigschwellige Zugang zu der Beteiligung.
Genau, und es ist immer abhängig dann von dem Goodwill des Eigentümers. Und es ist nicht selbstverständlich, dass es sowas in Städten gibt. Hier haben wir noch Leerstand in Görlitz, in größeren Städten ist es häufig nicht der Fall. Und den Raum zum Experimentieren zu lassen, das ist eigentlich planungsrechtlich auch nicht vorgesehen. Das heißt, jetzt haben wir hier in dem Objekt auch gemerkt, dass wir jedem Raum eine bestimmte Zuschreibung geben müssen. Wenn sich jetzt aber hier etwas verändert, dann muss es halt eine Nutzungsänderung geben. Und das haben wir auch im Prozess erlebt in der Revitalisierung der Hefefabrik, dass wir dann dass die Hürden, eine Nutzungsänderung umzusetzen, halt relativ hoch sind und auch kostenintensiv. Man muss Brandschutzkonzepte erarbeiten, man muss ein Schallschutzgutachten erstellen lassen, ein Umweltgutachten. Und im Ehrenamt ist es eigentlich so gut wie nicht leistbar. Und ich glaube auch, dass wir gerade an Impulsprojekten wie dem Tonlabor oder dem Stadtteilgarten auch gemerkt haben, wie gut sowas eigentlich funktioniert. Denn aus dem Tonlabor, aus dem Projekt ist ein eigener Verein entstanden, die sich professionalisiert haben, selber jetzt Veranstaltungen umsetzen, als Tontechniker unterwegs sind, Aufnahmen machen. Und im Stadtteilgarten haben wir eine sehr aktive Gruppe von 15 Personen, die jeden Tag den Garten halt hier bewirtschaften, aus unterschiedlichen Altersgenerationen, auch mit körperlichen Einschränkungen, mit unterschiedlichen Migrationshintergründen. Und daran kann man sehr gut erkennen, wie gut sowas auch funktionieren kann, wenn man halt den Raum und Platz dafür hat und die Zeit auch, das umzusetzen.
Es muss halt die Zeit, den Ort und die Struktur geben, sich ausprobieren zu können. Das kann man auch an dem Beispiel von Knapper, das war ein deutsch-polnischer Jugendblog, der halt das Stadtgeschehen kommentiert hat und aufzeigen wollte, was hier passiert. Und dieser Blog, den hat es ja nicht allzu lange gegeben, ich weiß gar nicht mehr wie lange. Ein Jahr. Das ist aber auch ganz wichtig, weil diese Leute, die damals diesen Blog aufgebaut haben, die Internetseite mitprogrammiert haben, haben dadurch für ihr jetziges Leben oder auch für ihr kommendes Leben ganz viel Erfahrung sammeln können und haben auch viel Selbstständigkeit gelernt. Und das ist, glaube ich, auch in der heutigen Zeit wichtig, sich ausprobieren zu können und auch erleben zu können, was man selbst für Fähigkeiten hat. Das ist, ja.
Und da müssen Akteure wie Stadtverwaltung, Stadträte oder auch andere eine Fehlertoleranz bringen und die Gewissheit, dass Projekte auch scheitern können und dass es aber auch gut ist. Aus den Erfahrungen heraus würden wir empfehlen, auch Förderprogramme zu stricken, die mehrjährig sind. Uns hat ganz gut geholfen, dass wir eine 3-jährige Förderung bekommen haben über das Bundesprogramm Jugendstadtlabor. Und in diesem Förderprogramm eine sehr große Freiheit war, Dinge auszuprobieren, auszutesten, die Mittel sehr frei zu verwenden. Und auch das ist immer noch jetzt, trägt uns auch bis heute in das Zentrum hinein. Wir haben eine ähnliche Vereinbarung mit der Stadtverwaltung getroffen und sind sehr frei darin, die zur Verfügung stehenden Mittel zu verwenden. Das ist besonders wichtig auch betriebswirtschaftlich, weil es ja auch um Abschreibungen geht, um Sicherheiten und, wie Otto auch schon erwähnt hat, langfristiges Engagement zu sichern.
Genau, und damit dieses langfristige Engagement auch wirkt, ist natürlich auch wichtig, dass man Freiräume, die man hat, recht einfach und niedrigschwellig zwischennutzen kann. Das hat er vorher darüber gesprochen, dass es im Ehrenamt sehr schwierig ist, die ganzen bürokratischen Regeln, die es gibt, umzusetzen, um sich damit zu entfalten. Und da sollte es Regelungen geben, dass man Flächen einfacher nutzen kann, einfacher betreiben kann.
Genau. Ja, so, wie so eine Art Freifläche, planungsrechtlich, wo bestimmte Kriterien einfach lockerer sind, als sie jetzt sind in Deutschland zum Beispiel in so einem Wohngebiet beispielsweise. Mir fällt jetzt gerade noch eins ein, was ich halt nochmal hinterher schieben möchte, ist, dass es auch innerhalb der Stadtverwaltung eine Person geben sollte, die eine Übersetzungsfunktion einnimmt. Weil wir hatten ganz häufig die Erkenntnis, dass die Stadtverwaltung uns nicht versteht, was wir eigentlich wollen, und wir nicht verstehen, was die Stadtverwaltung eigentlich von uns möchte. Und damals hatten wir eine Person, die das ganz gut übersetzt hat, was die Stadtverwaltung von uns will, was wir aber auch von der Stadtverwaltung wollen. Und damit sind, glaube ich, einige Missverständnisse ausgeräumt worden oder sind gar nicht erst in Kraft getreten.
Unsere wissenschaftliche Studie zeigt zudem, dass Initiativen wie die RELOCAL gezielt in lokale und regionale Netzwerke und Strategien eingebunden werden sollten. Nur so können langfristige Erfolge und eine nachhaltige Entwicklung ermöglicht werden. Gerade informelle, nicht institutionalisierte Projekte spielen eine wichtige Rolle für ihre Stadt und ihre Region, weil sie Teile der Bevölkerung mobilisieren und vertreten, die durch klassische politische Prozesse nur eingeschränkt oder sogar gar nicht erreicht werden. Wenn städtische Akteure und Institutionen sich also offen gegenüber diesen neuen Ansätzen zeigen und die Interessen junger Menschen wahrnehmen, diese anerkennen und aktiv unterstützen, können sie am Ende mehr für ihre Stadt gewinnen als verlieren. So zeigt unsere Studie, dass städtische Akteure wie die Stadtverwaltung und die Stadtpolitik aktiv die Kooperation mit zivilgesellschaftlichen Initiativen suchen sollten. Denn auch sie können viel von diesen Gruppen lernen. Um diese Lernprozesse zu vereinfachen und zwischen den verschiedenen Positionen zu vermitteln, ist eine transparente Kommunikation auf Augenhöhe sehr wichtig. All diese Empfehlungen lassen sich gut auf andere Städte übertragen und den lokalen Bedingungen vor Ort anpassen. Schon jetzt dient die RELOCAL anderen Jugendlichen in der Region als Inspiration für ihre eigenen Projekte. Somit wird deutlich, dass informelle, nicht institutionalisierte, zivilgesellschaftliche und soziokulturelle Projekte eine wichtige Rolle für mehr sozialräumliche Gerechtigkeit und bessere Lebensverhältnisse gerade in strukturschwachen Regionen spielen. Vor allem aber geben sie jungen Menschen und anderen oftmals marginalisierten Gruppen eine Stimme und einen Ort, durch die sich diese in ihrer Stadt aktiv einbringen und an politischen Prozessen teilhaben können.
Thank you for presenting, and I'm sure everybody wants to work now with Christian in RELOCAL. So, yeah, let's start the discussion. We don't have so much time, so I start right away. Birte, did you already found questions in the chat?
There are no questions in the chat, unfortunately, but please come up with the comments and raising your hands then.
Okay. Maybe to break the ice or to collect thoughts, I just ask one thing to Christian right away. What are the difficulties you are facing right now with the COVID and the change in the political situation?
Thank you. Hello. Right now we are starting the discussion about the budget for the city and the city council, and we know there's less money available, and cultural projects are considered as being less crucial than other areas. So the economic performance of the cultural sector is often neglected, and we are dependent on regional political players who can see the value of work for the whole region, but differences in the personal structures and local authorities mean that the conditions of our work differ greatly from one community to the next and from one election period to another. And we are also finding it difficult to secure spaces for our work. Buildings and land are increasingly being bought out by investors, and rents are getting higher. And smaller communities often do not have enough resources and authority to oversee the sale of land and recognize the consequences for the rural region. The issue is becoming more and more complex and touching on demographic, mobility, political participation, and economics. And now we call it this our modern Kulturkampf or cultural war in Görlitz.
Well,
there is a question by Peter. He wants to say something.
Don't hear you. Maybe switch on the mic. If it's on, if it's a small question, you can also write and we read it out.
Does it work now?
Yeah. Now we lost you again, Peter. No. So maybe have a take the next question to write your question in the chat. Does anybody else? This is the hand of Peter here. Okay. You want to try again, Peter? All right. Maybe I will have give Peter some time to type his question. Yeah, and continue with Neil. How is your situation now after Brexit? To unmute, Neil.
You have to unmute, Neil. You're still muted.
Okay, that's it?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, we're still seeing challenges. Some things have changed quickly. Other areas are a bit slower in changing. So we're experiencing challenges with a lot of things happening in trade, obviously. The procurement side of things doesn't seem to have changed very much, which maybe surprised people. Politically, there's going to be a lot of change because we've had very good relationships with the EU and Brussels, and perhaps not so good relationships sometimes with London. So London feels very remote from where we are in the northwest in Scotland, and sometimes Brussels has been more helpful, you could say, in the past, depending on the circumstances. So that situation will be interesting. We have the governments in Edinburgh and in London that we deal with now, and sometimes they are much more focused on maybe a central agenda. So we anticipate challenges. We have indications of new money coming. So the indications were in the past that there would be additional monies now because we're not involved with the EU, but we haven't had too much on that yet. The details are very vague just now, and we don't know how much money we'll be receiving in the more remote areas. We're also missing out on the opportunities here just in sharing experiences, learning as well, unfortunately. So we'll be maybe hoping we can find other ways of doing this in the future.
Thank you. Peter is still struggling with the technology. So are there other questions here? Peter managed here to write something. I will just read it out. I'm wondering to what extent your center, I think it's directed to Christian, is now even a meeting point for different generations, not necessarily only of the youth. Also think of graying our societies, yes. I could imagine this is important for strengthening the sustainability of the center as such. Did you understand everything, Christian?
Maybe you can vielleicht kannst du die Frage nochmal wiederholen.
Genau. Es geht darum, ob das Zentrum auch als ein Meeting Point für die Generationen ist, also verschiedene Generationen, nicht nur Jugendliche, sondern halt auch Ältere.
Yes, it depends on our project because we have a kind of repair cafe, and in this repair cafe we're trying to get the younger generation with the older generation in touch. So about the medium to repair something and to get to this medium. And we also have older people in our garden, our urban gardening project, because the older generation is not, for them, it's not possible to work on his own garden. So that's the bridge to get out of this Gartensparte, we call it in German, and then go in the community garden. Yeah, it's just 2 examples for this work.
Yeah, and the second question, I'm still not muted here. So the second question also is directed to you, Christian. Did the Raprika succeed in getting European funds directly for the projects, or do you depend on local institutions to support to reach that European money? So the question is, how is your funding?
Yes, right now we're getting a lot of money from the European Union, from the ESF program. I don't know the word in English, European Social Fund, I guess. And the projects, the urban gardening project is funded with this. And yeah, we have a lot of funding from the EU, and we have also funding or kind of institutional funding from the city Görlitz. These are the basics. So I can work with this funding and trying to get more money for the whole ideas we're creating here in the space. Right now, I get rewriting a concept for a media network for this whole region, East Saxony, with 20 cooperation partners. And there are 250,000 euros for the next 3 years.
Yeah, so it's a mix of funding, yeah? So local and also European funding. James.
Yeah, I had a question, but I think it's probably been answered now with Christian's last comment. It was basically the idea, if there's kind of a bias against the self-organized initiatives at the level of local administration, where they prefer to see kind of more formal partners. Maybe they're more used to working with the more formal level of anybody's had that, you know, and this also goes for the Scottish case, but whether that kind of experience has been, have you registered that in your work, or whether in fact this is not really so much an issue. Just something that occurred to me, but it's what Christian just said. It sounds that in fact you have a pretty good relationship now with Görlitz, with the city government, and they are trying to support your initiative as best they can.
So let's maybe just conclude here, because we are running out of time and I'll have one more question, but maybe Neil can also have an answer for that. Do you have the feeling that the administration rather likes to communicate in a formal style, and it's difficult to have more local initiatives?
Yes, it is something we have experienced with a number of public agencies, not all of them, but some of them see an organization like ours as being very high risk. They don't know how to deal with us, they don't know what resource we have, and it's not the way they normally do things. So with a number of organizations, we do have a relationship with the likes of HIE and maybe the councils, but with other ones, maybe things like health, for example, they don't know who we are, and so it can take many years in building up relationships.
Great. Christian, do you want to add something?
Just that it depends on the political party. So the AfD is not so amused about our work. So and CDU is yeah, it's kind of the wie sagt man, die Waage. If you want to get at example, if you want to get more money, we have to talk with all of the parties. But we know the AfD is not it's not too convinced. So we need a CDU, and that's kind of yeah. Sometimes they say yes, you're making great work, and sometimes they say okay, it's just a little bit too left that we're making.
So last question. Then we need to conclude because we are running out of time. Sabina, please, short question, short answer.
Okay. Oh well, I have a comment. I'm sorry. So no short question. That I just, if I have the time, I think these two examples have been so fascinating. I think what people with vision, with drive and with skills, as Neil has phrased it, I really loved that. What people with vision, drive and skills can actually achieve in a locality. So that's fascinating. And just to come back to what James asked, yes, of course, municipalities want to work together or collaborate with the more formalized institutions. So it seems to be easier. But what you also see in this example of Rabrica is that there is also some kind of learning over the years. So in the beginning, of course, it has been quite a confrontation actually between local administration and the interests of the youth groups. But then over time, and with the help of this facilitator who actually had the function of translating between these two languages, these two spheres, that they actually engaged in this kind of learning process of which we have heard earlier, and now it seems that this communication is on a par, but I think it just shows what you can achieve with people with vision, drive, and skills, and also with a supportive environment and policy programs who actually are supportive to facilitate these long-term relationships and communication processes. Sorry, that has been anything else than a short question.
Yeah, but it's nice. You really did a nice wrap up. It's basically what I thought to have a concluding remark for this session. So we could see that no community is alike, and that especially the diversity of Europe is something which is really built in those projects and local initiatives, and this needs to be supported. Yeah, so I hope this was an interesting glimpse into the local work of the RELOCAL project as well. And so we hand over from Luxembourg to Finland again, like in the Eurovision Song Contest.
So, Joensuu, thanks Luxembourg very much for this, the second part of the Voices and Localities, and Julian and Peter, thanks a lot for moderating this part. Sorry, yes, I'm so used to work on this project already as a person who is always spoiling the party. and cutting the discussion on. But I think afterwards we will still have some time left because we have half an hour time for an interactive block. So that's a good opportunity to come back to issues as well. But okay, now the next will be then RELOCAL policy considerations. And that will be James Scott. James, are you ready?
Yes, ready. 1 second. Share the screen with everybody. And it is right here. So everybody can see this. Okay. This should be working. Okay, this is an attempt to kind of synthesize, summarize the policy messages that have been coming out of our case studies. And this is primarily the work of my colleague Sharuta Nemet, and I helped a little bit kind of formulate this, but we're basically trying to recapitulate some of the main messages that have come out from the presentations that we received. And so I'm just going to try to do this as quickly, but as concisely as possible in order to save time, and to kind of reflect on some of the points that we have addressed in this policy conference. And these are part of the policy considerations that we have to deliver to the Commission as one of our contractual obligations before the RELOCAL project ends in May 2021. And it's in this case here, it's part of a larger deliverable, but here it's more or less a reflection on the discussion that we've had in this policy conference. So what are some of the issues that we have to take into consideration before we get to that level of abstraction or more concrete focus called policy messages? What are kind of the issues coming out of the debate that are important, that are influencing the ways we talk about place-based development and also about spatial justice? Number one is that continuing challenge of territorial disparities and the clustering of productivity within Europe, despite the fact that cohesion policy is doing its level best to equalize somewhat the situation. We have the ongoing challenge of the EU's legitimacy, and this is also a long-term issue, that the very complex nature of this legitimacy crisis has something not just to do with material and economic aspects, but as Barkas himself has mentioned, it's a question of recognition and taking into consideration places that don't count. So we have to advance welfare and equity aims at the same time that we're also trying to deal with pressures for growth and competitiveness as major objectives of cohesion policy. We have also discussed quite a bit that one of the major challenges is that place-based development is politically vulnerable, and we have to recognize this. So take into consideration the political vicissitudes and the dangers or the problems that place-based initiatives can face. And again, the challenge of matching public interventions with local needs, because this is a key issue. Public interventions that kind of don't hit the target will not be seen as contributing to local development, and will have been in many ways wasted. Finally, an important issue that perhaps was not so much in the policy debate in earlier times, the fact that local perceptions, popular perceptions of actions, of local actions, but also of cohesion policy at a larger spatial level, and that recognition of the role of community, that these in fact count very much in the equation and in the debate about the future of cohesion policy. We have been addressing the following policy challenges. here kind of some repetition, but just to get the message home, to bring the message home. Despite cohesion policy, we see continuing territorial disparities and a spatial clustering productivity, which is resulting in spatial divides, socioeconomic and territorial divides within the European Union. And some of the themes that have been developed in this project are that we need to develop, promote a greater understanding, a greater appreciation of the role of local assets in economic development. And I think this has been brought out in several of the presentations that we've heard today. We should also try to make the argument that opportunity structures for development have to become more accessible, more understandable, more user-friendly to local actors and citizens. A further challenge is, again, the legitimacy challenge, the fact that the EU is now seemed not to really provide many benefits to the local level, to communities, and that it's not producing or not promoting a sense of solidarity. So therefore, some of the themes that we have been developing are that we need to identify potential local actions that specifically address social needs and help develop a sense of community that helps stabilize community cohesion. And we could say, and I think this is another message that's come out of the presentations, promote community building as an integral part of development policies. Here again, the long-term version, you have to, the long-term vision that we need to develop a sense of community. Furthermore, and I hope I'm not racing through this too fast, but here again, in the interest of time, I want to be brief. Another important challenge that we have to take into consideration is that we have to balance equity and efficiency, that old problem. So advancing welfare aims of redistributive and procedural justice, but at the same time that we have to recognize that pressures for growth and competitive advantage are politically important, politically have politically a strong lobby, let's say, at the level of European policy, but also at the level of the nation states. What to do, how to find this kind of a balance. And some of the themes that we have been elaborating in this project and that we've heard in this policy conference is how can we conceptualize spatial justice as something that's actually possible to achieve. So the perceptions of spatial justice vis-a-vis the capacities to improve it, something that has to be balanced. What kind of resources can we in fact use to visibly, tangibly improve distributive and procedural justice at the local level? What is the role of the local in implementing integrated development policies and in combating spatial injustices of a complex socio-economic environmental nature? The locale cannot solve all of these things on its own. And in some cases, it seems that the localities, cities are overwhelmed by trying to take on this complex set of burdens on their own, and therefore partnerships are needed, governance partnerships, in order to do this. What about the local city, neighborhood as an accountable governance level that is able to facilitate local participation and citizen engagement? And we've heard this issue of essential resource, knowledge. How can we understand, how can you utilize local and place-based knowledge, inhabitant knowledge, in order to develop more efficient strategies that achieve that link between spatial justice and place-based, sustainable place-based development. And then building trust between various actors as another theme that emerges here. Okay, it's also something about being realistic and not trying to promise too much too soon, without having a real sense of what is achievable. So the challenge, of course, is to develop a strategy with specific actions that are based on realistic assessments of what can be done with which potential resources, and on according to what specific time horizon or timeline. And the themes that emerge here are perceptions of procedural openness and transparency at the level of concrete action, so with a sense that in fact people are citizens groups can partake, can be part of the partnership, and not have the sense that they are kind of second class or kind of just mere observers, but are directly involved in the decision-making process. In fact, co-own the decision-making process, and at the same time equality regarding the availability of salient information that regards the action's potentials and its achievements. The one thing here would be having a strategy that builds in certain visible, tangible results in order to keep people, to keep the participants motivated, to keep them willing to sustain their contributions, to sustain their participation in local initiatives, with the sense that yes, this is doing something. It might take some time, but we can see that this is definitely promising some kind of change. And then I think finally, the question of aligning public policy with local needs more effectively. Can this be done? How can this be done through place-based action? So some of the themes that we've tried to develop here is how understanding how place-based action strategy relates to our understandings of multi-level governance, but also in practice, how do place-based initiatives fit into the multi-level governance equation? How are they integrated into multi-level governance relationships? Because we know that one of the issues that keeps popping up is that we have gaps in governance levels, that bottom up does not always meet the top down, and that there are gaps in communication between different actors, between scales. And one of the challenges is to detect and to address these gaps in communication that can emerge within a system of multi-level governance. That is, that the local level does not really have access to institutions at the regional or national level, or even European level, in order to get more information and enhance access to resources. What about the national level? Here, the role, as we've heard, of the state is instrumental in terms of the structural and cultural specificities, the contextual aspects of the state role, its self-understanding as a provider of welfare, its self-understanding as a partner with other levels of government, different levels of centralization, decentralization, austerity policies versus more generous public funding. These kinds of issues are important. The European Union, as the main actor perhaps in cohesion policy, another issue that's come out here in terms of the EU's role is that it has to become more visible. It has to be seen as actually bringing benefits to the local level, to communities. It has to be, in fact, there has to be greater proximity between the European Union and communities and the citizen. As an issue that, in fact, has a lot to do with the legitimacy crisis that the EU is now dealing with. Okay, no, there is this last challenge, in fact, which is a bit more complex, which is partly technical in nature. And then we know that cohesion policy is technically complex, but we've heard also from our friends from Brussels, our representatives from the Commission, that in fact a learning process has been taking place, and innovation in the delivery of cohesion policy has been taking place in terms of requirements, funding criteria, impact measurement, and etc., in order to lessen the rigidities of cohesion policy, make it more user-friendly, and make it perhaps more visible. And at the same time reconciling a long-term focus with the needs for actions to demonstrate progress and partial goal achievement along the way. So this is, of course, a complex ball of wax. Some of the themes that we've been dealing with are, which in fact relate to different levels of action, both local, national, and European, but some of these are, for example, more need for learning from each other. This is something that's come out in the presentations. Vertical dialogues, horizontal platforms, horizontal learning, and deliberate learning loops. Learning from the experiences of others, transferring knowledge from different situations to specific places. This is, I think, a very important part of the paradigm, the place-based paradigm. The benefits of experimentation are also something that we should develop, despite the fact that experimentation does bear the risk of making mistakes, of temporary failure, for example, but it's also, here again, a learning process. Problems with project-based intervention, trying to understand how to enhance the sustainability of place-based actions so they don't peter out, let's say, after a certain period, a certain, let's say, funding period ends and then the thing is over. This is something that has been a problem in the past, a challenge that relates to CP flexibility. And impact benchmarking and indicators, more for learning and less for eligibility control. So here again, how to make CP more flexible, more user-friendly, ultimately for the local level, for the communities. So policy messages, to kind of try to wrap this up. 3 different kinds of messages. One related to context, and here again you will recognize, in fact, the messages that have already come out in the presentations. Place-based interventions, for example, are politically vulnerable. The inability or unwillingness of state actors to provide enabling institutional conditions and financial support can deform project objectives, cement uneven distributions of power, and result in a systematic reproduction of injustice. This comes out very starkly in a presentation by Judith and Tunde. Their comparison of the 3 case studies. A key issue, which basically resonates with that message, is that embeddedness within a supporting multi-level governance structure is a key to sustainability, really, to enabling systematic and robust learning processes from below. So this is, I think, a very important policy message. And as Thomas and Peter have emphasized, we have to take into consideration different kinds of knowledge, human, social, cultural capital. So both local and place-based knowledges must be mobilized. We need to take into consideration networks of deep learning, which means that leading actors are able to identify ways of mobilizing at the local level, cross-fertilizing, incorporating local knowledge and place-based knowledge into learning loops. This is an essential resource for developing successful place-based strategies. The process. Okay. Maybe this is a little bit provocative to say that implementation is more important than design. Design is, of course, important. You have to have some kind of overall design of what you want to achieve. But the process of actually doing the implementation is essential. And that means giving the participants the sense that they are actually co-developing and co-owning the process, and that there are clear horizons of expectations are being addressed in terms of the results. So place-based development needs to integrate horizons of expectation based on realistic assessments of what is possible. But the participants have to have a sense that yes, what is being targeted is in fact achievable, and the sense that it can be that it is being achieved. So it's something that enhances the sustainability. Horizontal and vertical alliances, as well as a sense of citizen co-ownership, are key factors for success of place-based interventions. A little bit of repetition here. And then another issue that has come out is creation of political momentum for support of development strategies. Perhaps this is also an element of the learning process, that different actors representing different sectors, the public, the civil society sector, the private sector, the different levels of administration have to actually learn how to deal with one another, how to actually communicate and develop their own routines respectively. Political momentum can also mean that successful initiatives can garner a political support if they indicate that they are in fact perceived as being beneficial to a community and bringing concrete results. This was the case that was not discussed here, but in Spain, near Barcelona, of a informal municipal voluntary union that was able to create a political momentum for greater recognition from the government of Catalonia for improving public services. Formal policy, finally. It's the final slide. The formal policy level. Okay, the decoupling, or actually, we want to join them, but oftentimes they are treated in separate ways. The idea is that procedural and distributive justice need to be dealt with in a holistic manner and in a comprehensive manner. And this will also require a holistic policy vision. In order to mitigate territorial disadvantage, spatial justice objectives need to be decoupled from economic growth and efficiency, particularly in the context of population decline. So here the warning that, yes, we've already talked about how to balance equity and efficiency, how to balance competitiveness and the drive for innovation on the one hand, but also the drive for cohesion, for socioeconomic and territorial cohesion. And here that the message that comes out is that in rural areas, in areas that are undergoing depopulation, in areas that are suffering quite a bit from a lack of economic dynamism, here we have to target really spatial justice objectives specifically, without necessarily making them subservient to growth targets. We're talking about stabilizing communities in this sense. Perhaps an important aspect of cohesion policy as well. Stable state-level commitments to provide an institutional environment that enables local agency and capacity building. So state-level commitments to actually take it seriously and to provide enabling institutional environments that promote local activity and capacity building. Finally, what might that mean? This is perhaps rather speculative, but we might envisage cohesion policy innovation that involves provision and mandating of enabling frameworks as a conditionality to the member states. Conditionality that targets, among other things, inclusive implementation and the support of experimental governance modes, so that top-down practices are no longer rewarded by just blanket transfers of money, but made conditional on, let's say, the fulfillment of targets that more or less correspond to fulfilling the objectives of place-based spatially just development. That might be a tall order, but perhaps is a final message in this presentation fitting. Very good. Thank you very much for your attention. I will now unshare the screen. Okay. And now we will proceed to the, so I'm trying to see where. All right, now all I see is a blank screen. Wherever I am here. Everybody can see and hear me, I imagine.
So far, yes.
Very good. Thanks. Yeah, it's kind of disconcerting because I see absolutely nothing on my screen here. So I'm done with Charlotte and I actually are done with our policy considerations. I would then invite to participate in this interactive block anyone who might have some comments or some questions, some inputs. I think we have a couple of minutes for this at this point. Okay, me. Victoria.
Yes, hi. That was really nice. Thank you very much for this whole conference, for the presentations. I'm going to play a little bit of devil's advocate here with my question, I think. But something that I noticed during several presentations was the problem that disadvantaged regions always face larger structural processes and problems. So these local actions are achieving amazing outcomes in their regions, but they continuously face problems that are of structural nature. Christian talked about how local, like smaller municipalities, have difficulties kind of keeping their land and controlling that. And I think in Simone's presentation about the scenarios, it was also talked about how some communities, no matter how much they are fighting, it's just really difficult to get out of this loop of disadvantage, so to say, because of larger socioeconomical processes. So my question would be, why are we just focusing on keeping these regions alive rather than actually changing the underlying power structures that have put some regions in these disadvantaged places at first? And how can we maybe tackle this problem? And as scholars of spatial justice, of territorial inequality, tackle these larger power structures that relate to more national or even global phenomena, to actually get regions out of this loop rather than just keeping them alive.
Thank you. That's an excellent question. This is an open, interactive discussion forum, so anybody can respond to that. I don't want to kind of monopolize. I probably don't even have a quick response to that anyway. So anybody else? I think that that's an excellent point, and something that has come out in several presentations. Are we all exhausted? This also, what you just said, Victoria, about is it just about keeping these communities alive? What about the addressing the underlying structural issues? Well, this is a major message of the project as well. That how are we expecting too much from place-based development? Realizing that there's just so much you can do at the local level without a much more concerted multi-level effort. Structural change, economic processes, globalization, demographic change, these are issues that cannot be addressed directly, and questions of administrative geography, which are historically have emerged over the centuries, cannot be changed, and maybe perhaps shouldn't be changed in quickly in terms of developing a specific territorial governance policy. So that is a major issue. Some critics say that as the presentation of Judith and Tunde said, a drop in the ocean. Is it kind of a palliative that only helps temporarily, some cosmetic improvements, but these are initiatives that are unable to really make meaningful shifts in the basic underlying structural conditions that are creating cohesion challenges. This is opening up a set of questions that perhaps go beyond the scope of what we're talking about today, but absolutely relevant. Charlotte.
Maybe just it's more like a comment than the question, but we haven't really used the term capacity building in today yet. At least I don't remember so much, although it was there always in between the lines, like related to the idea of procedural and distributive justice and how they actually are coupled or should be holistically treated. And also related to Victoria's observation that basically there are some situations, territories, areas which have permanently been in a difficult position, and that's related to their distributive injustice. But even if there's good just procedures in place, they don't have capacity to utilize the opportunities provided because of lack of certain resources, human capital, material resources, knowledge. So how to overcome that that vicious circle somehow between procedural and distributive justice or injustices? That's more like that's a challenge which is linked to many of the policy challenges which you have shown, and it would be a question from me to those in the audience, especially who are not from the research side, but more from the practice, that in your projects, in your work with local development, how do you see the responsibility for, or in this capacity building of local communities, of particular stakeholder groups or social groups, how to build capacity for example, participation, for place-based development, to be part of place-based development actions. Thank you.
Okay, we can maybe get Mati's inputs.
Yes, very much building on what Victoria has said and what Charlotte now basically she has taken a little bit the words out of my mouth already. But I was happy to see, and of course I've heard earlier as well already that the shrinking rural areas and are rising on the EU's agenda, and Peter Takacs has referred to them, I think, on his first or second slide. And also the long-term vision for rural areas, which in many cases are shrinking regions as well. But then here we come to this issue of what Charlotte already said, that human resources. People are moving away, the societies in these places are aging, and many of these places and localities have little capacities to take up, for example, EU funding. The absorption rate is relatively low. And I think here there should be some real brainstorming going on in how to provide, maybe call it a level playing field that is maybe going beyond some kind of project tendering based approach, but to something else. But this maybe will lie a little bit more in the future as well. But just some food for thought for future policy making as well. Maybe just a comment rather than a question.
Mm-hmm. Petri, did you have your hand up, or?
Well, shortly, yeah. Sorry, I was just answering to Paloma Martin, who just had to leave. I was about to a little bit underline the issues that Matti and Charlotte raised as well, but I would like to come back a little bit to the issue that the very important point here is also the national level decision making relating to the finances of the local administration. It's a broader issue, and these are the points that actually the cohesion policy cannot directly influence on. So I think the main issue, there are actually two very important issues, that how we can make the national level, so the member states, to better actually interplay, to collaborate with the disadvantaged areas targets that are within the cohesion policy. And quite often the cohesion policy has a separate targets and separate instruments than the national level policy. So I would say that the one very important issue is how, especially in the disadvantaged areas, how the cohesion policy and the national level decision making in relation to all kinds of policy sectors can interplay better. And the second one is also that how well the ERDF funds, so the cohesion funds, can actually interplay with the rural development policy, because this is also a sort of a crucial issue. I think there is a lot of issues to win if we could make the ERDF funds, for instance, the European Social Funds, to better interplay with the rural development funds. And CLLDs are a step towards that. But as we know, during the programming periods, the member states have implemented the CLLD also in a different ways, for instance.
Well, thank you, Petri. Any other comments? I would actually say that from my own perspective, I know that there's maybe a limited amount of pressure that can be applied on the member states from the EU level, even though I think that a certain degree of conditionality could be applied in terms of enhancing, developing the enabling institutional frameworks, multi-level, for that serve the purposes of sustainable, spatially just place-based development. But I would go back to Victoria's comments, and I think that yes, I mean, we shouldn't get discouraged by the fact that that by pursuing these kinds of strategies, that we are not immediately addressing structural issues that are not changeable, let's say, within a programming period, or are not really, shiftable at the local level. But I think what we should be targeting is the gradual change of formal, informal institutions, ways of thinking, ways of understanding problems, ways of seeing how problems can actually be solved, in developing new forms of partnerships, working across and between different levels. And I think there is a lot that has not been tried out yet, because of existing routines, because of administrative inertia, because of perhaps lack of communication, that in fact can show that a lot of the lessons that have been learned at the local level can be upscaled, but at the same time that a more efficient, let's say, complementary use of cohesion policy can be achieved if there's a better dialogue between the different levels. I think this is a major message. We don't have to solve all the problems immediately that are associated with cohesion, but if we can slowly change ways of thinking about how we can deal with problems, informal ways we do things, then I think we're making progress. Although I don't want to embellish this too much. Okay. So, and I don't want to talk too much either, because that's just my own impression. I think perhaps we then can continue in terms of the last point on the program, which is about a polyphonic conclusion. Ideas, impressions coming from our invited, partially project members and people, representatives of DG Radio, and also from, we have Gilles Luchette from Eurolens, to invite you to provide your own insights after all that has been said, all that has been discussed today. In a final kind of, let's say, wrap up, a polyphonic conclusion. Well, what have we learned from all of this? And I invite you to provide your inputs. Let's go. I would just suggest that we go first Ali, then Eleftherios, and then Gilles. I don't know if I have the most updated version of the program, but in that order, and then we can open the discussion up. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, James. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Very good. Well, as part of a member of this project, of course, it's interesting to hear colleagues talk about the project and the findings and the lessons, and I agree with almost all of them. So it's a little bit of a repetition, perhaps, for me to come and say what my conclusions would be. But of course, there are so many lessons that we have learned from this big project and so many case studies that we've done with all these different countries. And it's very difficult to summarize them in a short presentation, but perhaps I start responding and going back to the point that Victoria made and about the structural processes of creating inequality and disparity. The context is that if you look at the European Union as a project, this was a project of responding, creating conditions for economic growth through bringing different countries together and regions together, and then responding to any inequalities that emerge out of this unification, which inevitably is different people from different regions have different capacities and resources. So what we have is a possibility of intensifying those inequalities when you open up the space. And what you have is the European social model that was developed early on to respond to that with social policies and cohesion policies, and in a way to ameliorate, to try to reduce those inequalities. So it's the two sides of it, a possibility of economic development, which is the single market has stimulated very strongly, and the social aspect of it, which is responding to that by supporting the weaker regions to sustain the conditions of life and improve their conditions of life. And that is one thing that now we are talking about, place-based strategies, and these strategies are part of a change of agenda, in a sense that the earlier visions of European Union had this idea of equalizing or reducing inequalities very strongly between the regions and creating equal conditions across the board. But now, because of the huge differences that have emerged with enlargement, with changes, with global economic crisis, with all sorts of situations, what we have is the talk of reform, and place-based strategies is one of those. Now, if you look at the positive aspects of the possibilities that place-based strategies offer, of course, it's a democratic necessity. If there are decisions that are made that affect people who are being affected have to be part of that decision-making process. Otherwise, they'll be passive recipients of some decisions made elsewhere. And that's not fair, that's not democratic. And as we know, and as we heard from all these presentations, there is a huge amount of energy, knowledge, resources in any locality that can be mobilized and stimulated to bring about change, positive change. And of course, that is crucial. And that's what we see, all these interesting stories, all of these gems of possibility that we hear about and we get excited about. But is this sufficient on its own? It's probably not, because what we know, and if you study the State of European Cities report, for example, you see that the condition is such that bigger cities, metropolitan regions, are growing, mid-range cities are stable, and smaller towns and cities in the peripheries, in the so-called lagging regions, in the east and in the south, are losing population. So what we have is a situation where regions have different conditions, different capacities, and they are changing in favor of stronger regions. So if you ask the regions and the localities and places, you should stand on your own feet, the point is, are their feet strong enough? And of course, bigger regions have strong feet and they can stand on their own and they can prosper and grow. But the weaker regions, and what happens in the weaker regions, and that's the whole story that we are talking about, how to stimulate development and improve the conditions of life in the economically weaker regions. There are possibilities in them, there are capacities in them, but these are all built through relationships. And those relationships are not just developing the capacities within the region, but nobody can grow on their own unless they have a gold mine of some sort. Most people prosper through interaction with others, and that's where interregional exchange of ideas, but also transfer of resources. So interregional solidarity and redistribution is as important as intra-regional development and stimulation of the capacities that these regions have. So what we heard about the distributive and procedural justice, and of course, dichotomy between them is false. They are both parts of the same process. But if we legalize, if we legalize the procedures and say, if we follow the legal procedures, the results will be good, it's not necessarily. So we have to be careful and sensitive to the outcomes and to the fairness of the outcomes. And the other is this, again, false dichotomy between interregional transfers, which is the basis of solidarity, was the basis of solidarity in the European Union, and transitioning into a situation to say, no, we only have place-based development. You are on your own to grow whatever you have. And that's not going to create a very just solution. So spatial justice in terms of equity across the social space, the problem we have is that a lot of social justice ideas are based within national territories. And the procedures for solidarity or social support are national usually. And the problem is, as we heard from Mr. Lambert first this morning, is that the border regions, the places where the systems are different, and across the continent, it becomes difficult to see how those senses of solidarity can be kept, and the legitimacy of the continental institutions vis-a-vis local experiences can be secured. And these are very big challenges, and we've heard about those. There's no harm in being very positive and optimistic about place-based strategies, but if we only rely on them and only see them as pathways for economic development, first, they are not sufficient for economic development, and as James was saying, if they are decoupled from social considerations, then what we are doing is we are undermining this key idea of social model, European social model, which is at the core of the European Union project. And if we decouple them, we are creating bigger problems of legitimacy. So the two go together, as they have always been in the European Union. But what we see is that because of the economic challenges of globalization and the market conditions, we have to be more sensitive towards it. We're talking about being sensitive to the qualities of places. Market is extremely sensitive to place-based conditions. Example of that is disinvestment in poorer regions, poorer places. Within regions as well, you see areas that are more prosperous than the others. So you see the withdrawal of market investment from the weaker parts of a region or the weaker regions of a bigger area. So what we see that they are very careful about where to put their money is, and they study places carefully. They have very good knowledge of places. And this is what needs to be studied by the public authorities, but not in a way of mimicking the market by following where the localities have capacity to reward our investment, but to offset that, to make sure those places that don't have those capacities are also made the center of attention. I don't know if I have spent my time, or James, what's the time scale like?
Well, I think yeah, we should here move on. Maybe you have 1 minute, maybe, if you want to wrap up.
Okay, well, it's as I said, the lessons of this project are wide-ranging, and we've had theoretical, methodological, as well as policy ideas, and it's growing, and hopefully it feeds into other projects and other future actions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ali. I didn't want to kind of bluntly break you off there. I just was looking at the clock, and so we have a time till 3:45 Central European Time. I would invite Eleftherios to say a few words, and then Agil.
Well, thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation and for a very interesting discussion and presentations. It's usually more challenging for the last speakers because they have to come really with something wise to say after all these interesting discussions and interventions. And I hope I will not fail this mission. To me, all these project of yours and all the case studies that you have been working and the presentations today, of course, offer us a lot of knowledge and expertise, which is very much necessary because, as you have heard also from Peter Takac, my colleague at the beginning of the conference, this is more or less the thinking of the new cohesion policy, how we can empower the local communities and how we can enable them to have a better, let's say, and involvement in deciding about their future together with the local authorities, together with the regional authorities. And of course, we are very sensitive to their role being boosted and being enabled. That's why we have created an enabling framework with the new cohesion policy so that we can allow via different, let's say, integrated tools like the CLLD or the ITI for them to have a more, let's say, points of entrance. That, of course, will increase not only the ownership on a local level, but also the accountability of what we do at the European level and also the democracy. But as other speakers have said, we have to pay attention not to, let's say, expect everything that will happen because of the increased local, let's say, and citizens' intervention and role, because of course many other aspects we have to take into consideration, and that has been raised also from other colleagues here, like the local capacity, like also the enabling framework that we might have in some member states, or even the cultural aspects about cooperation or about the role of the local communities. There was one reference that really struck my attention, and that was that we have not achieved with regional policy, with cohesion policy, the territorial, let's say, balance that and cohesion that we were anticipating in Europe, and this is true. But we have to take under consideration that this is not just because we did not have enough of local or citizens' involvement. This is also because we have not had a lot of territorial aware policies. And this is another important aspect that we have to keep for the future. And this is something that we're working intensively in DG Regio, how we can promote the territorial impact assessments so that all European policies, and if possible, if we can, let's say, foster this concept to the national and to the regional level, so that the national and the regional also decisions and laws consider these territorial imbalances and, let's say, one directive on one regulation, if it is not considering the impacts on the cities or on the rural areas, on the mountain areas, on the islands, on the cross-border areas, might have detrimental effects on creating, let's say, the right balance and bringing the necessary spatial justice and territorial cohesion. The other aspect that I wanted to bring into the discussion is that since I'm coming from Greece, there was one of my ancestors called Kleovoulos from Rhodes, from Lindos. And he was a philosopher, and he came up with a very interesting motto, which I keep reminding myself in life: pan metron ariston. Everything we have to take with a measure, everything we have to come with a balance. And this is true also for when we speak about the concept of national, regional, local, multi-level governance, etc. All the levels are important and all are necessary. And we have to, let's say, allow for their intervention in a balanced and cooperative way so that we can achieve the maximum results. So there are big projects that require a lot of administrative capacity and a lot of, let's say, assets that can be better implemented on a national level, or then others on a regional level and other at the local level. What we need to do always, of course, and this is what the new cohesion policy is also with our new regulation asking the member states, is to increase the possibility for more participatory approach, for more, let's say, the voice of the different stakeholders to be heard and to be taken under consideration in the programming phase, but also later on the implementation. Without wanting to prolong too much my intervention, because as I said, many interesting views and presentations today, I only wanted to raise these 2-3 aspects to your attention.
Thank you, Eleftherios, for those comments. And let's proceed straight away to Gilles Huchette.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Good. Thanks a lot for this opportunity to attend that program and for your invitation. As a local actor, the spaces of discussions are really precious, and I think there are not enough of them. First, to get you the background and from where I speak, I'm from Lens. It's a former mining region, and our region was left completely unorganized with a high density of population, but also high density of brownfields unemployment. We are close to Lille, north of France, and this bigger city has the full range of assets to get national and European money, and they can develop big projects. And here we suffer a big competition, and one of the ways to tackle these issues was to reinforce local cooperation between actors, because we are 650,000 inhabitants, and the cooperation are essential to get any attention, to be visible enough. And RELOCAL was created to help in creating this cooperation horizontally and facilitate also the local multi-scale project, so local vertical cooperation. And among our tools, there is spaces for people to meet, or wherever they come from, to build trust and then build project together. We use local calls for project, completely open to offer a chance to any stakeholder to get help in this action, and expertise, as I told today. But we never got any European money for that, because we are not, we never structure ourselves for that. We do not have the capability also to build that sort of subsidies files. But what I learned today is a good news, that the European Commission want to increase and facilitate access to this money for the local action in territorial development. So it's good, and I hope that we will this time succeed in getting that help. But I heard that the word it's user friendly. I think that money is not user friendly, and we are depending here on local institutions such as a region to have the traduction and access to that money. So we are not, we do not have the autonomy and the independence to create link with the European level. So one suggestion is that you could that formation could be organized and massified in direction of territories and difficulties, so that local territorial developer can get this this system, can understand how it works. I had two last items about democracy and the implication of the citizens and the inhabitants. It's a piece of evidence. And we try to do our best, but it's not that easy. And even at our level, we face local resistance, and we have a lack of method to implicate the inhabitants in the decision making. We can implicate them in the part of the project, or to get some of their feelings or ideas, but we do not have the tools to implicate them in decision making. So it's in front of us, and we try to get better in this, and that's where the expertise is needed also for us. And a last idea in the method, because what I attend today is really interesting, and I discover a lot of territories and actions, and this experience crossing, I think, are precious for us local actors, and I satisfy myself that there is a sharing between among the researcher, among the institution, but I think for the local actors like us, this exchange moments are really precious. And I don't know if there is any Erasmus program for the local territorial professional like me, but it will be such inspiring for us to cross experience. I would love to spend 1 month with the Rubrica and to welcome 1 month Neil from England. Excuse me, Neil. But this crossing could be really interesting, and I think it could help to massify the local experience and the success stories in these territories in difficulties that can get themselves better and together, and success in their in getting more well-being for the inhabitants, essentially. So sorry for my my English, and thanks again for this meeting and for having invited me.
Thank you, Gilles, and thanks to our 3 speakers for, I think, doing an excellent job in wrapping this up. And the points that you made, one thing that struck me is this idea that, well, there's a lot of unused capacity out there, unrealized potential for actually creating development resources, which have a lot to do about creating new partnerships, relationships, exchanging knowledge, basically developing new ways of thinking and doing things. It's not so much really a question of creating, of more funds, of more material resources, although that definitely is an important issue. And the question of solidarity is not really possible if you are suffering from politics of austerity. But at the same time, there's a lot that can be done in terms of what Gilles was just mentioning, and what Ali was also mentioning, and Lefterios, new routines. It's not as easy as it seems to promote these. It's a learning process. But I think that the presentations, the comments that we've heard show us that in fact these learning processes are taking place. perhaps slower than many would like to see happen, but learning processes that might in fact take us a bit further towards a goal of sustainable place-based development, and also linking that into a more comprehensive policy framework of European cohesion. Yeah, and the Erasmus program for professionals, definitely. This is, you know, people deride Erasmus, but it's, I think, a key resource. We have a few more minutes. Any more? I see quite a few comments coming up in the chat along these lines. Interreg Europe. Victoria says, I think the Erasmus program for local actors is a great idea. Whether there is a funding available for ideas like this. And then Charlotte basically said, well, look at Interreg Europe. Perhaps that's definitely a way for professionals to move. Anyway, I think this was something that was made earlier from Christian. Individual mentoring as part of the developing knowledge and circulating knowledge. And this is something that could also be perhaps thought of in terms of a cohesion policy, mentoring, local mentoring processes. So yeah, I'm kind of here moderating. Any last comments? Anything that the floor is actually open? Anybody want to make some last observations? And we're basically at the end of the conference here. Are we all exhausted? We're getting some suggestions on the chat about what we could do with this knowledge. Petri, what do you think? Shall we close down? Shall we say cheerful goodbyes?
Well, I think we have had a very good, really good, actually, policy conference, and I think we all are more or less exhausted already, because normally these things take 3 hours, and now we have gone through the whole day. So I'm not doing any wrap up, but I hope that you have enjoyed the policy conference and the discussions. So thank you a lot for your participation, very active participation. And especially I want to thank our guest speakers, Karl-Heinz Lamberts, I think he's already gone, but Peter Tagac and Eleftherios Stavropoulos, and also Gil Huchet. I'm sorry, hopefully I pronounced that the right way. So very warm thank you for your participation, and also Ali Madananpur for your final remarks. And very special thanks to everyone who has been involved in organizing this policy conference. Basically, I want to also, if that's okay now, shortly take the opportunity to thank the colleagues in the RELOCAL project for your support, encouragement, hard work, and especially I would say, well, I would like to thank you, especially your friendship during this 4.5-year project time. I would say that without you, the RELOCAL project would not have been possible. So thank you all. You are a great team, simple. And finally, like always, I can't avoid it saying, let's be safe and careful out there. And what is the most important thing anyway is that let's hope for the better and normal days. That's what
true.
we hope.
Definitely.
So thank you once again.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks. Bye.
And have a good working week.
Yes.
Just started.
Thank you.
Yeah.